morning. Good morning.
Jake.
Business items first. Welcome to the July 19, 2006 meeting and hearings of the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Hearings Manager Murphy, do we have a quorum of commissioners to do today's business?
I believe that we do. Would you like me to take roll?
Please.
Chairman Spielman?
Here.
Vice Chair Benton? Commissioner Hawkins?
Here.
Commissioner Holton, are you here by phone? We'll monitor.
Here.
Great. Commissioner Randall?
Here.
Commissioner Wolk?
Here.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Is the audio device operative both to record our session and to broadcast to folks who are listening from afar? Yes. Great. Thank you, Enrique. Very good. Well, first, let me say thank you to the communities of Garfield County, Glenwood Springs, and the surrounding towns for hosting us today. We're thrilled to be here. We are the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, not the Metro Denver Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. So we very much value the opportunity to have these meetings in other locations. It takes a lot from the community in terms of resources to open your beautiful community center to us. And it's not only noted, it's appreciated, and we're already looking forward to the next time we'll get to do this. So thank you all for your hospitality today. Let me ask the commissioners, you have in your board packets drafts of the minutes of our last meeting. I would entertain a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That's a motion to approve the minutes as submitted in the board packages. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, there are copies of our agenda out on the table, I believe, and are certainly available on the internet. But if anybody's having trouble locating anything, please let any of the staff know, and they're all over the room wearing tags like this. Let's have a report from the Executive Director's Office. That's Executive Director Bob Randall of the Colorado Department of Natural Resources. Director Randall, Executive Director Randall.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Bob Randall with the Department of Natural Resources. As the chairman said, it is great to be here in Glenwood Springs and in Garfield County. Thanks again for hosting us. I'll keep my report brief today. So here in July, this is a time when at the Department of Natural Resources, we face some seasonal challenges that don't exist throughout the year. That includes human-wildlife conflicts. I know your community and those in this area were shocked with the mountain lion attack of the young boy just up the road outside of Aspen. We are glad that boy is doing well. But it's also a time when bears are making their way into town, and as there are more people and wildlife, those conflicts become something we have to deal with. It's also the time of year for wildfires. The Department of Natural Resources doesn't have a direct role in fighting wildfires, though we do have commissioned law enforcement officers through Colorado Parks and Wildlife who help with road closures, evacuations, and things like that. So when those sorts of events happen, it really is an all hands on deck sort of circumstance, and we're really proud of our ability to help with those things. So at this time in the calendar is when the department is planning a lot for next year. That includes discussing potential legislative proposals that we would move forward to the governor's office and ultimately to the legislature if there are things we want to pursue. It also includes budget decision items. And these are challenging budget times. We are largely a cash-funded agency, but that doesn't mean we don't have significant constraints budgetarily. On the program work, we meet, the Colorado Water Conservation Board meets just north of here in Steamboat Springs tomorrow. One of the things the Water Conservation Board will be looking at is implementation of Colorado's water plan. This was the first water plan ever prepared by the state. This was released last November, and it identifies significant municipal and industrial needs out into the future. And the conversation that really started with Russ George when he was Speaker of the House through the Interbasin Compact Committee and the Basin Roundtables is what is a Colorado solution to our water supply needs? And so that's a conversation that will be taking place up in Steamboat tomorrow and on into the future. On the mining front, the state of Colorado was sued by the state of New Mexico late last month. This was a unique development. This is an action that is brought when one state sues another state. The U.S. Supreme Court has original jurisdiction. So that's a matter that we were working with the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office with, obviously. But this concerns the Gold King release and ongoing pollution releases from in the Animas River down in southwest Colorado. So again, that's just a unique development that we're dealing with there. And finally, I'll just maybe mention Colorado the Beautiful. This was an initiative announced by the governor in his State of the State speech in 2015. It identifies a vision of within a generation, every Coloradan will live within 10 minutes of a park, a trail, or an open space. We at the Department of Natural Resources have focused on trail work. And in January announced 16 and 16. These are 16 priority trails or trail segments around the state that we are going to work to see become a reality. And that includes the Lova Trail here in the Glenwood Springs area. That's a priority of Garfield County. One of the other things we're doing with Colorado the Beautiful is we've released sort of version 1.0 of what's called the Colorado Trail System Map. The goal of this is ultimately to have sort of an app-based map system where if you find yourself in Garfield County or in Chaffee County and Salida or something like that, you can, use an app to identify trails in the area, whether they're horseback riding trails, hiking trails, mountain biking trails, ATV trails, or anything else. And so this is where we've got a call for data out to counties and municipalities to get information on trail systems around them. So those are some of the program work that we're focused on at the department. I will say this is my, I think, first hearing since being appointed as director of the Department of Natural Resources. And so I just want to maybe make a note here and really just say I'm proud of the work that the Oil and Gas Commission does. I think we've demonstrated a history of active engagement with the public. We've worked to ensure protection of public health, safety, and welfare, and the environment and wildlife. We've sought to address concerns as they arise and to do so responsibly. We've encouraged innovation in the industry, and we've worked to ensure that our agencies have adequate resources to do the job that you all expect them to do. So that's been, that's been the department's approach. For a while, I just want to maybe reiterate it, that those are my priorities as I take on this new role at the Department of Natural Resources. So that, Mr. Chair, finishes my report. I'm happy to take any questions.
Well, first, why don't we say congratulations to the executive director, and who was, when we last saw him as one of our, sitting with the commission, was acting executive director. And we're thrilled to have your continued service and look forward to working with you in a permanent capacity in that role.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the executive director? Hearing none. Director Lepore, we'd welcome your report, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. A few of us got here last evening and had a beautiful ride up towards Sunlight Ski Area. Nice time of year out here. I would like to add my welcome to our new chairman, Commissioner Spielman, and Vice Chairman Benton, and Mr. Randall as well. All of you in new capacities. Look forward to working with you all. I have also a very short report today, and I'm actually going to start by asking Kathleen Stacks, who is the Assistant Director at the Department of Natural Resources, Assistant Director for Energy, to provide an update on the Commission's work on Governor's Task Force recommendation number 37. That recommendation asked the Commission to look at truck traffic impacts and I think seek ways to minimize, reduce those impacts. And Kathleen has been working very closely with Dave Coleman, Assistant Deputy Director at COGCC, on that recommendation. So, Kathleen.
Thank you, Director Lepore. Just a brief update. We have had 3 meetings with our work group, which has consisted of about 25 individuals representing local governments, industry, and citizens to talk about basically starting to identify what are the impacts from oil and gas truck traffic and how do we reduce those impacts. And it's been sort of a dual conversation of both how do we reduce the number of trucks on the road, talking about what are the challenges to get pipelines and rights of way for pipelines, as well as how do we reduce the impacts from the necessary trucks that are part of oil and gas development, regardless of whether you have pipelines or not. It has been a fantastically productive and engaging group. We have, I think our last meeting may have been our last meeting. We actually had our second meeting we had out here in this building back in May. We've had Kirby Wynn from the county has been engaged, and we've also had Commissioner Mike Sampson as part of this. So we appreciate the contributions that Garfield County has been as part of this group. And so it's been, I think, really valuable. We're going to ultimately put together a report that captures all of the, identifies all of the impacts that we've talked about and really tells the story of what has worked in various communities, what has not worked. It's not a set of recommendations necessarily, but it's really sort of a guide of here are the things that have worked in various places. As local government officials, as operators, you can take a look at this and see, and really for your site-specific situation, figure out what could work for your location to help reduce those impacts. And so we are excited about that. That should be coming out probably early this fall, and we will have a really good conclusion to this particular task force recommendation. So we're excited about that.
Thank you, Kathleen. Questions? All right. Mr. Chairman, I next wanted to just comment a little bit on, we are here in Glenwood, which is not too far down the road from Battlement Mesa. Battlement Mesa has interestingly become the site of the first large urban mitigation area proposed oil and gas location. Ursa Resources is the operator of that location. Ursa has had two permits submitted, drilling permits and location permits, Form 2As, to drill a D as in David and a B as in Baker pad in Battlement Mesa that constituted large urban mitigation area facilities. Those permits were submitted and passed completeness in January, early January of this year. Passing completeness is our way of saying we have the information that we need necessary to begin evaluating those permits. In no small part, because they were the first large urban mitigation area facility permits, they received a great deal of scrutiny, both from the agency internally and clearly from the public who lives nearby in Battlement Mesa. Our rules, well, let me back up and say that almost all of the time, drilling permits and oil and gas location permits are approved by the director without a public hearing. That's just how our process works. We do, under certain circumstances, allow certain entities to request a hearing prior to the approval of the permit, and in some instances, after approval of a permit, there are entities who may request a hearing. One of the entities who can request a hearing is the operator themselves, and one of the circumstances in which they can request that hearing is if the staff has been had the permit in process for 75 days or more. In this case, we had those permits in process for beyond that 75-day mark. We're getting close to the 200-day mark now, but after 75 days, Ursa did request that we have a hearing on those permits. And that particular rule is intended to give the operator, I guess I'll just say, a little bit of leverage to prompt the staff to keep the process moving forward. In this case, quite frankly, well, again, I'll back up just a step. It is currently taking staff about 75 days to approve any Form 2 permit. The permits have simply become more complex as our rules have advanced, as drilling takes place in more challenging locations, and so on. It takes us a while. So 75 days is really far more the norm than it might have been even as recently as 2 years ago. And all of these statistics, if you're interested, are in our staff report every month, and you can look back and see kind of the average time to approve a permit. Be that as it may, URSA did ask for the hearing. That hearing was originally scheduled for the June Commission hearing. As we got close to the June Commission hearing, URSA agreed to continue their request until July. It was quite apparent to everyone that we all needed more time to continue to work through all of the issues that arise when you're putting a multiple well location in close proximity to citizens and other activities. Part of our permitting process, I think most people in the room understand, is the opportunity for the public to comment. In some cases, for other state regulatory agencies to comment, most notably the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. In some circumstances, the Colorado Parks and Wildlife also has an opportunity to comment. In this case, CDPHE did comment on these sites, and part of what that means is an on-site consultation with CDPHE and the COGCC and the operator and local elected officials or local governmental designees and so forth. That also adds to the time required to evaluate the permit. There's a 40-day window there for CDPHE to conduct its consultation. So that was part of this process as well. So as we got to the June hearing, it was clear more time was needed. URSA agreed to continue the hearing to July. That is this hearing today. As you all know, it was scheduled for to be in Glenwood Springs. But throughout this time, staff has continued to evaluate the permits. On Thursday of last week, the 14th of July, staff reached a place where they felt they could approve the D-pad, the David pad permit, with all of the conditions of approval and best management practices added on top of the commission's rules. The staff feels are sufficient and will be protective of public health, safety, welfare, and the environment, which is, of course, our charge, as Executive Director Randall alluded to. So once we approve that permit, the hearing becomes moot, and the hearing is there for, again, in this case, the operator to advance the evaluation of the permit to a decision point. In this case, on the D-pad, we reached that decision point last Thursday. The B or Baker pad is still in process, still undergoing review. URSA agreed, again, prior to our decision on the D-pad, URSA had agreed to continue these hearings until August. So the Baker pad is now scheduled for an August hearing. The commission staff will continue to evaluate that pad as well. And again, we may reach a decision on that permit prior to the August hearing. We may not as well. That's always, that's the dynamic. So I thought, Mr. Chairman, it would be helpful, I hope it was a little bit, for me to step through that procedurally so that everyone kind of has an understanding of what has gone on and where we are today. I will just touch on two other things real quickly. Staff continues to monitor Rule 707 idle well bonding very closely. I'll get to some statistics here that will paint rather starkly the continuing slowdown in the industry. But one consequence of that slowdown is that operators do tend to shut in wells. When they do that, they may be subject to the requirement under Rule 707 to post additional financial assurance. Colorado, like many states, allows a blanket financial assurance process by which you post a certain amount and then you can have multiple wells covered by that bond. That's fine if those wells are producing. that they are generating revenue. When operators start to shut in wells, then we get a little bit antsy for the potential that, well, they're not producing revenue any longer, and that presents a potential liability for the state. That's when we ask operators to post additional financial assurance. So it's just, you have heard from the staff, I believe at the last hearing, we provided some statistics there. I'll just tell you that we continue to be vigilant with that, and we do continue to seek additional financial assurance from operators, and we have had great success with compliance on that front. Quick note on statistics. I'm going to start with the rig count. The rig count's a pretty good indicator of the level of activity. In June of 2016, this year, there were 16 active rigs in Colorado. Back up 1 year to 2015, there were 38 active rigs. Back up one more year to 2014, there were 67 active rigs. So over a 2-year period, we've gone from 67 to 16 active rigs in the state. Fairly dramatic indicator of the impact of the price change. A similar indicator is reflected in the number of well starts. I'll go backwards this time, or maybe forwards, I'm not sure. In 2014, we started 2,238 new wells in Colorado. In 2015, that dropped to 1,456. In 2016, we're on track to start about 800 new wells. So again, a reduction in something along the order of 67, 68% or thereabouts. There is a glimmer of hope, however, with respect to drilling permits. Drilling permits continue to come in, which I think is a good sign. In 2014, there were 4,200 drilling permits were submitted to COGCC. In 2015, that dropped to about 3,500. And here in 2016, we're on pace for about 3,100. So maybe a little stabilization reflected in those two numbers. I will almost stop there. I will say one more thing. I think all of our commissioners are either here or on the phone because we are down by 3. We're normally 9 commissioners. We have 6. We expect 3 to be appointed or by the governor here soon. And when they are, we intend to schedule a new commissioner orientation for those commissioners, and we'll work with the commissioners to figure out the schedule for that. We had thought we might be able to do that yesterday here in Glenwood Springs, but those appointments did not get made. So we will schedule that for sometime, we hope, prior to the August hearing, and that will be a public meeting of the commission, and it will be announced before it happens. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to take any questions.
Questions for the director? At this point, we typically would open it up to commissioner comments. I'd like to exercise the chair's prerogative and recognize Representative Rankin, who is, we are, again, back to my opening comments, fortunate enough to be in your district, Representative, and we're honored with your presence today and would open up the microphone if you had anything you wish to say to all of us assembled.
Well, thank you, commissioners and directors. Congratulations to Director Randall on your appointment. Also, welcome to the members of your staff, many of whom I know, and we're glad to have you all in Glenwood Springs, Colorado House District 57, which I represent. So as the people's elected representative, I wanted to come and welcome you and just make a couple of comments. I've always thought, in my 4 years that I've had a special relationship with the department. The many areas that the department works on, Director Randall, who really affect Western Colorado, and we're thankful for all of what you do. But my relationship with the OGCC, I basically represent the Piceance Basin, Garfield County, Moffett County, and Rio Blanco County. So from the start, I've been very active in legislative issues and I guess ballot measures which affect what the people are asking you to do as a commission. And I find it's sort of ironic that we, Western Colorado, Johnson Basin, become the urban interface test case. I mean, that's kind of an unusual deal. I think we're up to it, but we certainly, and you know, that's the main reason I wanted to come today was to, and I'm glad that Director Laporte's comments preceded mine because, you know, that process sounds adequate. But it's very important to us. I mean, we may be the test case, we may be rural Colorado, but individually, both on the jobs and economic side, to see a little activity, and also, you know, this it's a very serious issue to be this close to schools and homes. So we really know that you will carefully consider the hearing, and I think you're doing it in the right place. The other thing I wanted to mention, just my involvement with you, is also I'm on the Joint Budget Committee, and so we'll be talking about budget. And, you know, as you know, we struggled last year with balance between mill levies and severance taxes, and we'll be doing that. So I look forward to working with you on those issues. So with that, just welcome and thank you so much for this hearing and your careful consideration, and enjoy Western Colorado. Great to see my buddies from the department out here in Glenwood Springs. Thanks.
Well, thank you. We're thrilled to be here. Thank you for your comments and for your support of our work. Other commissioner comments? I'm just going to look to my right, and then I'll go this way. Commissioner Wolk, anything today?
Tickled that I'm on your right.
Thank you. Well, we're glad you're here, of course. Commissioner Hawkins, anything?
Nothing today.
Commissioner Holton is on the telephone. Mayor?
No comments from me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair, Commissioner Benton. Anything?
Trying to break with tradition.
And Commissioner Randall. Anything else? Good. Well, thank you all for being here today. I think let's go to what I think is the most important part of our morning's business every morning is hearing from the public. We have 30 minutes scheduled for audience comments. I want to get a sense for, we want to hear from everybody who has something to say. So I'd like to get a feel for how many speakers we anticipate so we can either adjust time or adjust our agenda accordingly.
I think we have approximately 20, Chairman.
About 20?
22.
Sorry to do the old-fashioned way, but can I see a show of hands and make sure we got kind of reflected on the sheet? Does it look about right? Is there anybody who wants to speak but we didn't get a chance to sign up on the sheet? Okay, so what I'm going to suggest is we take between 2 and 3 minutes. We are going to ask that you do not exceed 3 minutes. We'll extend the time as needed. We're not going to cut off this portion of the agenda. We're here to listen to you, and it's a great opportunity for us to do so. A couple things I would throw out just for your consideration. If you're submitting a letter to us, we will read every word in that letter. I commit, so it's not necessary to read it. It may be equally effective for you to just make the top points off your head and trust that we will read your letter. If you're going to essentially agree with the prior speaker, it doesn't count any less to simply say, I'd like to reiterate what the prior speaker says. But those are time management tips, and what's important is that you speak your mind today. So I'm going to ask the hearing manager to just run down the list, and we'd welcome, probably we'll call 2 at a time, and we'll welcome folks to come up to the 2 tables, and we'll have like the batting circle and the batter's box and the on deck circle or something like that, just to kind of keep it moving. So, Ms. Murphy.
The first 2 names, David Ludlam and Nate Gill.
And thanks. When you have a seat, just for the record and for the folks who are listening on audio recordings around the state, please introduce yourself, and we'll start the time then. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the other commissioners and those on the phone as well. My name is David Ludlam. I represent the West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association here in the Piceance Basin. I suppose that being on the edge of the hogback of the Piceance Basin, we are close enough to lay claim that the commission is indeed now meeting at the heart of the largest shale gas resource in the United States, as evidenced by a recent USGS report and by the hard work and technical prowess of our operators. But going back a little bit in time before that announcement, in 2014, the governor's oil and gas task force, they met here in the Piceance Basin, and industry and elected and agriculture leaders communicated to the task force the tenets or the foundations of a local operating culture here that we call the West Slope Way. The West Slope Way kind of embodies a belief and a commitment to proactively anticipating operational challenges, identifying opportunities, and then collaborating proactively with the community towards out-of-the-box solutions. And when I assess the visible and voluntary, the voluminous, measurable actions taken by URSA Resources over the last 3 years, it's kind of hard for me to imagine an effort that better captures that Western Slope Way. And before they even closed on their Piceance Basin asset, URSA had engaged in a series of community meetings to get input on their operations. And these community meetings have been ongoing since that time. In fact, one just occurred last week, and they've resulted in meaningful operational changes to their development plans. URSA's hosted numerous site visits and facility tours. Just last week, they hosted an overseas student group wanting to learn about best practices. And during their county land use hearings, they received high marks from even the most progressive members of the Planning Commission, including Commissioner Greg McGinnis. In 2014, COGCC management met with a citizens group in Rifle, and during that meeting, the group articulated a belief that they had not had a chance to have access or input to URSA's plans. And during that meeting, COGCC management rejected that position, articulating that it was factually untrue, and that's not what they had observed to date. But for proof of URSA's commitment to community, commissioners need look no further than the conditions of approval that have been assigned to various permits, many unprecedented, and that when viewed collectively make URSA's project, no doubt, the most conditioned and regulated project probably in Colorado history. Political theater that may be composed today for the local press corps will no doubt get some airing, but this narrative of non-participation or no accessibility to URSA couldn't be further from the truth. And we hope earnestly that the commissioners keep in mind URSA's community efforts that have been embodied really what we call the West Slope Way. So thank you for being here today on the outskirts of the Piceance Basin, which we no longer call the Piceance Basin, referred to as America's largest shale gas resource. And we believe that URSA's efforts all around have really embodied this Western Slope Way that we articulated to you and to the governor's task force when you were here in 2014. So thank you for letting me preface some remarks that will be contrary to other things you hear today, but I hope that you can keep in mind the things that URSA has done to put our industry's best foot forward. Thanks for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Nate Gill and Travis Byers.
Morning.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. How are you today?
Welcome.
First, I just want to say thanks for coming to Western Slope.
Pardon me, sir. Can you just introduce yourself for those listening from afar?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My name is Nate Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Gill.
I operate a small consulting business here on the Western Slope. I have one employee. I currently represent URSA on the drilling side, so I'm out on the drilling rig from a day-to-day basis. So on behalf of that, I want to say thank you, myself and the 28 men and the host of contractors that I represent out there that depend on this work for their families and for the economy of the Western Slope. As we just heard, natural gas here in Colorado, it's not only us here in the state, but across the nation that depend upon this supply. there's only a handful of these large deposits. One of the things I wanted to just note regarding URSA and the uniqueness of a particular contractor. URSA cares about the people. They care about us. One of the things that's unique to them that they do is on a biweekly basis, they invite every contractor that does business with URSA to join them in their office in Rifle. And we sit down and we talk about upcoming events, what's important to the community. We talk about the speed limits. We talk about dust control. We talk at length about the best management practices that we can fulfill our obligations and to really stand out there being the best contractor that we can be to the community and keeping our men safe. Mr. Honeycutt is our operations manager there, and there's not a meeting that goes by that he doesn't state in this order when he talks to the men and ladies there. Safety, number one, environmental considerations, and then production. Completing the task is always the least important. The first thing that he wants to know is if we're going to do it safely, and then if we're going to take care of the environment and the community that we work in. Another thing that URSA has done is try to minimize that truck traffic through town. So they've spent several $100,000, and we've built a walking package for this Capstar rig that we have out there. It is the only walking package that drilling contractor has. And we worked hard with them to develop it, construct it, and put it in operation so that when we move from well to well, we no longer have to bring trucks in to accomplish that task. So just another one of those efforts that URSA has done to try to minimize the impact to the community.
Great. Mr. Gill, I would ask you to summarize and conclude, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
In summary, I just want to say thanks for keeping us working. I know there's a timeless effort that goes in with you guys' job. And on behalf of all those men and the contractors I deal with, we just say thank you.
Thank you for your comments today, sir.
Commissioners, good morning. My name is Travis Byers, and I live in Rifle, Colorado. I've lived in this valley for my entire life, and I have 3 generations before me that have lived here as well. I have kids in these schools, and I have worked in this valley for, since I was probably 14, and I've worked in several different industries and done several different jobs, but I haven't found an industry that is on top of things and follows the rules and guidelines like the oil and gas does. URSA especially. We go out there every day and make sure that everything we do hits the mark that they want us to hit. And we go out there as a community as well and look after each other as we're working and make sure that our coworkers are also doing what they need to do to get the job done correctly. I feel that URSA has been very involved in the community. We've done several projects, cleaning up highways, holding events for various things. In all my life of working so far, I haven't seen any industry that puts that much into their communities, especially URSA. And just to note that they're there, for us, we feel like as a working class that, they're there to support us, support our safety, support the community, and hopefully keep jobs and work going in the valley. So that's all I have today. Thank you.
That's quite a bit. Thank you, Mr. Byers. Thanks for your time. Ms. Murphy, who are the two next?
Jeremy Ciliata, maybe, and Melinda Jansen.
Thank you. Ms. Jansen? Wherever you're comfortable, pick the table.
Good morning. Thank you for being here in beautiful Western Slope. Weather's kind of nice today. It's not too hot. My name is Jeremy Ciliata, and I'm the Business Development Manager for TLC Pipeline Construction. We are a small to mid-sized construction contractor that has been working in the Piceance Basin since 1996. We've worked with numerous operating companies, and we just recently had the opportunity to become a contractor for URSA. They are extremely proactive in being engaged with their contractors. As you all know, the industry, by the rig counts falling and compared to what they are this year, these jobs are very important to us. And we've hired at least 15 to 20 employees just because of URSA. So that's 15 to 20 families and jobs they're creating over here on the Western Slope. We're extremely proud to be working for them in the West Slope way, and we look forward to continuing working for them safely. And they are very proactive with the community, and I believe that the community members have every right to be concerned, and I think URSA's meeting or exceeding those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Melinda Jansen. I'm the Health and Safety Manager for TLC Pipeline in Parachute.
Is your microphone on, Ms. Jensen, or just maybe pull a little closer?
I think it's on. How's that? Better? Okay.
Much better, thanks.
My name is Melinda Jansen. I'm the Health and Safety Manager for TLC Pipeline in Parachute. I live in Fruita, Colorado. I've lived in Colorado my entire life. I've worked in this industry for 10 years. I currently work closely with Tara, with URSA, the Health and Safety Manager. We are collaboratively, can't say that word today, on the job site daily out there with our employees, making sure that everybody's safe. Part of my job is to make sure that we follow the DOT as far as PHMSA pipeline and FMCSA, which is trucking. We also have to follow OSHA's regulations and standards. So I'm very involved in that. I go to a lot of conferences, a lot of hearings as far as keeping up on that kind of stuff. So as far as a operator, I have not seen an operator put as much effort into the community as I have with URSA. And I have not worked as closely to the upper management as I have with URSA. So I'm very happy to continue to work with them. I'm very happy that we have employed, as Jeremy mentioned, as many employees that we have, that's families. And just like them, I have a family that I support. I have 2 small children, and that's the most important thing to me. And as far as my job goes, I want to make sure everybody goes home safe and healthy, and they live the rest of their lives healthy. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your time and for your comments.
Golden Post and Selena Goring.
Ms. Murphy, who was the other to follow up the gentleman?
Serena Goring. I can come back to her.
Yeah, let's go to whoever's next. Does not hold you up, sir, please.
My name's Gordon Post. Whoa, sorry. Might not need this. My name's Gordon Post. I'm a general manager of Monument Well Service. I employ 65 people, and we work for URSA as well as other oil companies, gas companies in the basin. I come today and not only as a general manager of Monument Well Service, but I also am a landowner and a mineral owner. And it concerns me when there's restrictions on how I want to use my, if I want to lease out my mineral rights or what have you. I have approximately 1,200 acres of mineral rights, and I would like to be able to provide a living for myself and my family for now and generations. I've worked in this industry for 35 years. I've worked next to the wellhead. I've worked on equipment. I've been a safety manager. Before I became general manager, I've been in the field around these wellheads for a long time with no adverse health effects from that. I would have no problem having my children or my grandchildren working in the industry right alongside of me. URSA does an awesome job. We work for a lot of contractors, and a lot of oil companies throughout the country, and URSA is not playing lip service to it for the press. They are truly committed to doing it safely, effectively, cost-effectively, environmentally safe. And I just feel like they deserve a chance to show you that they can do it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tony Gehring, Wes Diaponte, and Karen Knapp.
Mr. Chairman, Commission members, my name is Wes Diaponte. I reside in Loma, Colorado. Currently work for Monument Well Service. I am the Environmental Health and Safety Director for Monument Well Service. I've had the opportunity to work in industry and in agriculture for quite a few years, industry, oil and gas for 35 plus years. It kind of dates me back a little bit. We've seen a tremendous amount of change in oil and gas from the regulatory standpoint, the rules and regulations that we had quite a few years ago to what we're seeing now. As an environmental consultant, I had a business for a little over 25 years that was directly engaged with oil and gas operators, and have had the opportunity to see a tremendous amount and various levels of understanding and compliance. And in speaking to my involvement with URSA, I would have to probably preface them as the classic or the perfect client, if you will. They're one that we would look at as the proactive, and I'm trying not to be redundant in some of the things that were said earlier, but to simply state, they have demonstrated good stewardship. They have demonstrated environmental health and safety levels and aspects that are true to producing and generating the natural resources that they are functioning in the industry, and have certainly shown that they can process their natural resource from a safe standpoint, as well as being a tremendous asset to the community from the standpoint of generating and having numerous community meetings to not present any new things or to have any surprises to the community, but to simply say, this is what we're going to be doing, this is what we've accomplished, this is where we're going. one of the things that we use in our business is what's called a JSA, a job safety analysis. URSA conducts that on a daily basis. They conduct JSAs in everything that they do. They tell us what's going to happen, how it's going to take place, and when we get to a point where we take a time out to rediscuss the process, then that from a standpoint of stop work authority also takes place, and it is discussed and continued in a safe manner. So to summarize, very, very pleased to have the opportunity to excuse me, work with URSA as a consultant and as a contractor, because they are stewards of the environment and conduct themselves in a manner that is extremely well documented and done so in a manner that they can hold their head up high and say, we do this and we do it well. So I thank you for your time, for your consideration, and I certainly wish to give my support to the efforts that URSA is putting forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Good morning.
Karen Knapp, 36 Alder Court, Alamo Mesa. You guys have all just, this is very emotional for me.
Of course.
You all just agreed to let URSA put a pad 720 feet from my house. The D pad. We have had odor problems at our home 30 times since September 2015 to December 18th. 30 times we called and complained. Just written in the book. That's what we had written down here. There was many more times that did not get written down, that we just made phone calls or a text message. To the Garfield County Liaison and URSA, and only on one occasion did they actually acknowledge the problem. One occasion out of 30. They have labeled us, URSA has labeled us as chronic complainers. Yes, we are chronic complainers with reason. We have the problem at our house. I have no idea why just us, why we've had to do this. I was finally given the address to email to sign a complaint on the internet to the COG, you all. An investigation was revealed that there was an equipment failure, and that initially recommended that URSA be fined $46,000, which has subsequently been reduced and is still pending today. I believe you talk about it, to an amount that should not have been reduced, in my opinion, when we've had so many complaints. The real question is, why should I have to complain 30 times or more if URSA's supposed monitoring equipment is being used and working properly? The problem still continues unaddressed. For example, just last week, I had to file 2 more complaints. I was awakened from my sleep at 1:46 in the morning. I was sick to my stomach, to the point where I was almost throwing up, when I realized that the odor that I was smelling was coming through my swamp cooler, and I had to get up and leave my house to get fresh air. The odor was from URSA's pad, since they're reclaiming one. How would you like it if you had to leave your house? This isn't the first time. This is the 3rd time I've had to leave my house. The 3rd time. Both my husband and I are very heartbroken over this decision. We have almost a $500,000 house right there. which we have put on the market, put it up for sale. It's been on the market for 3 months. We feel we have no choice but to leave the state of Colorado. Now let me remind you, we have worked in the oil field since the 1990s with our own business. I just don't get why nothing is done about these odors. We are totally for the oil and gas, but I do not think that it belongs within our community. Our house is 728 feet or so. Don't quote me on that. I know it's 700 and something from this new Pad D that they will be putting up by our house. Do you think someone's going to buy our house for that kind of money with that in our backyard? I don't. So from here on, what I say, I don't care anymore. I'm very upset. My husband, who was born and raised here, he has heritage here just like some of these other people talked about. A lot of heritage here. He has people, great-grandparents, great-great-parents, grandparents buried in the Parachute Cemetery. He can't be here today because he took his job in Arizona. I'm here to keep our house until we can get it sold, if that happens. And then I can move down with him. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours.
Kathleen Kinda and Mary Foreman.
Please, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kathleen Kingdon. I live at 18 Cliffview Court in Battlement Mesa. I also own that property. I was very disappointed that the application for well pad D was approved without those of us living around the site being able to voice our objections to this commission. This pad will sit in a field of dry grass that is ringed by several housing subdivisions. Now, Ursa says there's no need to worry about fires or explosions, even though they plan to drill some 28 wells from that pad. Of course, if a rogue spark ignites that dry grass, numerous homes could be destroyed within minutes. Now, I live just above the D-pad site, and once the project begins, residents will be subjected to nerve-wracking noises, pervasive dust, air contaminated by chemicals I prefer not to even know exist, and a constant reminder that the quality of life I sought in moving to Battlement Mesa is being obliterated without any consideration for the cost to residents. From Ursa's standpoint, such consequences are only collateral damage. From the county's perspective, I'm utterly insignificant. My concerns have roughly the status of a pesky mosquito. A well-placed SWAT should take care of the nuisance. Let me take you into my brave new world. A pipeline 16 inches in diameter is soon to be laid just behind the row of condos where I live. It will be roughly 45 to 50 feet from my living and dining rooms. Now, it's just beyond that little patio. These patios are small fenced areas where pets and children play, and residents have cookouts and social interactions watching the sunset. Now, I'm told that the pressure in pipelines can run as high as 1,000 pounds per square inch. So if there ever is a spark on a punctured line, that pressure would create a flamethrower of unimaginable proportions. Would you want your kids eating and playing in my patio? A year ago, a pipeline did explode in Weld County. The fire crews there warned everyone within a 2-mile radius to evacuate. 2 miles! Our homes will be only a few feet from the pipeline. Now, Ursa says there's nothing to worry about, but with a little common sense, we can see that this pipeline is a clear and present danger to our homes and our lives. Of course, the pipeline could be placed out in that field where D-pad will sit. That would provide a bit of distance, although not 2 miles. Now, there's a good chance I won't even live long enough to see our community freed from the grip of oil and gas. It may take 30 years to extract every cubic centimeter. So unless I move, I will be living under the pall of noise, toxic fumes, and potential mishaps for the rest of my life. If this commission wants to do something truly valuable, get drilling and gas production out of Colorado communities. There's plenty of room outside the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keenan. Sir?
I'm Larry Foreman.
You're push the button.
Will that work? Okay. I'm Larry Foreman. I live in Battlement Mesa on 47 Locust Way. And I've been concerned about Ursa's Pad B because it's about 600 feet or 200 yards from the Battlement Mesa drinking water treatment plant. Pollution from drilling, fracking, and gas production could enter the water supply by way of the freshwater storage pond at the site. The storage pond covers about 5 acres, so it can gather a lot of dust and a lot of toxins that are in the air. Toxins such as benzene that enter the Colorado River will quickly be diluted due to the rapid flow of the river and the huge volume of water. However, the storage pond that holds a 3-day supply of water for Battlement Mesa, and it flows extremely slowly. Any toxins brought by air currents or contaminated river water will stay in the pond until they run through the treatment plant. Toxins that enter the storage pond will be diluted much less than the toxins in the river. That's a very important thing to remember when you're thinking, because this, I think, is a new thing, drilling next to a water treatment plant. Filters and chemicals in our water treatment plant may not remove toxins such as benzene. Benzene is a carcinogen that has exceeded safe levels in Parachute Creek. Benzene is found in natural gas, condensate, and produced water. According to the Earthworks website, the vapors of benzene, toluene, and xylenes are heavier than air and may accumulate in low-lying areas. The area around Pad B and the water treatment area is a large flat area. The area is bordered by steep hills on the east side. When gas leaks or fluid leaks occur, breezes from the north will carry benzene and other toxins to the freshwater pond, where some of the toxins will enter the water supply. The Colorado School of Public Health and the Colorado Department of Public Health do not appear to have data on how much of a toxin such as benzene can transfer from the air to surface water. The Earthworks website report on contaminated pathways reports that of 924 oil and gas industry spills reported to the COGCC, 20% of them contaminated water and 6% of the spills affected surface water. Please do not permit 28 wells next to the water treatment plant. During drilling, fracking, and 20 years of gas production, problems with toxins in the water will be a big problem for residents. Questions?
Thank you, sir.
Betsy Leonard and Francie Calden.
I'm having trouble with the names. Ms. Murphy, can you repeat the names, please?
Betsy Leonard and Francie Calden, or Calden.
Thank you. Ms. Leonard, good morning.
Good morning.
Please just introduce yourself and
I am just about to do that.
Thank you.
My name is Betsy Leonard, and I have lived in Battlement Mesa, Colorado, in the Willow Creek Village since October of 2005. Over the past 3 years of operation, Ursa has had difficulty reducing noise and odors on its well sites located outside our PUD, but still within hundreds of feet of homes and apartments. Many of our residents have made complaints over the years, and based on this experience, there is now critical concern because of the new pads will now be within our community boundaries. Noise has been the subject of repeated complaints from people living as far as 2,000 feet from Ursa pads. Sound barriers have been ineffective for many residents. Property owners have complained that they could not entertain people on their deck because they could not hear over the din. People have been awakened repeatedly during the night. Others have not been able to hear their TV. Due to these many incidents, I doubt that while the drilling and fracking is occurring, it will not be possible to reduce the noise to appropriate residential neighborhood levels. I am particularly concerned for the homeowners located above the D pad. Even sound engineers have stated that it will be a difficult situation to mitigate. Noise regulations must be strictly enforced by the COGCC, and penalties levied for every day URSA is out of compliance. We do not want the current situation to continue, where a sound complaint is made and temporarily resolved, and then happens again without any repercussions. URSA is not given any incentive to create long-term solutions for the long duration that they will be occupying our community. Similarly, odor regulations must be strictly enforced by the COGCC, and penalties for every day URSA is out of compliance. Odor complaints have been pervasive in Battlement Mesa. Results from well episodic events have ranged from persisting eye irritation, nose irritability, and unbearable odors inside a home. As a solution, URSA has offered to put people up in a motel until the event is over. Well, our residents would rather be able to live in their homes without fearing for their health. What is needed is the best available technology, and first and foremost, reasonable distance these facilities from homes to eliminate these impacts. We look to the COGCC and the CDPHE for your expertise to protect residents. We expect the best technology to be employed and the rules pertaining to keeping pads as far as possible from homes to be enforced. As with noise and odors, based on URSA's performance to date, I have no confidence that these stress-inducing occurrences will not be repeated for years to come. And there's one other thing I want to say. In response to David Ludlum's comment that they no longer use the term Piance Basin, but the largest shale field in the United States, to me personally, that is a rape of God's creation.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Ms. Leonard, thank you for your time and thoughtful comments. Ms. Colvin, is it?
Candling.
Candling,
Yes.
excuse me. Welcome.
My name is Francie Candling, and I live at 18 Cliffview Court in Battlement Mesa. I've been a resident of Garfield County in Battlement and Glenwood for over 15 years, and I really want to thank this commission for coming to Glenwood Springs.
A pleasure.
It takes courage to speak here because my experience has taught me that this is anything but a level playing field. While I have long believed that our decision-making at a national level is divisive and adversarial, I naively felt that at the local level, participatory democracy still existed. In no way was I prepared for what I experienced during the recent URSA hearings. The basic notion I had going into this was that the various commissions would try to balance the rights of surface owners with mineral owners. In my first hearing, I was absolutely dumbfounded to find out that 60 homeowners from Battlement Mesa, who had collectively traveled 6,000 miles to a hearing in Glenwood, and who had by far the most to lose in terms of their quality of life, their health, and their property values, had absolutely no legal standing whatsoever. URSA could present its case, be represented by legal counsel, dialogue with the commissioners, rebut any comment made by the audience. Homeowners, on the other hand, had to sit mute for the whole evening, except for our allotted 3 minutes. Our attorney was allowed to speak a maximum of 15 minutes because several of us gave up our right to speak. During my 3 minutes, I asked Garfield County Planning and Zoning why they had previously approved 3 residential developments surrounding the proposed 27 gas well site. No one, however, was required to answer my question, and no one did. I was simply the homeowner who now has to live with a 16-inch gas pipeline which will be 60 feet from my bedroom for years to come. So I repeat, it takes real courage for all of us to speak here knowing that this is an inherently biased process where the approval of URSA's request is most likely a certitude. You have already approved the D-pad in Battlement Mesa, and by so doing are now saying that residential development is fair game for industrial exploitation. I can't imagine that any of you would want to raise your family with an oil and gas well as your next door neighbor. I am reminded of the famous line from George Orwell's treatise on abuse of power called Animal Farm. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. I call upon the COGCC to lead the way in correcting this grave injustice and giving those who stand to lose the most equal and fair representation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Bob Ennington and Ben Tepton.
While our next 2 speakers are making their way up, let me ask our staff or facilities folks, we have a lot of standees. I don't know if there's an opportunity to find 6 or 8 more chairs and bring them into the room. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, welcome. I don't remember who was first, so decide.
The mic is on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. My name is Bob Arrington. I'm an active Colorado registered professional engineer, and I live in Battlement Mesa. And my topic is the alternate site analysis. And URSA stated they could not use existing pads to extract the gas in Battlement Mesa. With their 45-degree inclination limit on reaches, a top of gas at 3,900 feet, and vertical entry into the top of gas. They alluded to possible problems of formation instability, debris removal, etc. And all are problems that are possible occurrences in any drilling operation. These alluded problems, as most of you know, are addressed through drill mud formulations, pressure adjustments, cementing casings, mechanical devices. But what about that 45-degree inclination? In a meeting with URSA and the county, I was told hundreds of drill charts showed that 45 degrees was the maximum. And the URSA representative said, I wouldn't be able to find any higher inclinations. But I found WPX going up higher on wells and up to 62 degrees in the same vicinity formations. And it was actually across the river from one of their pads. I also found in some of URSA's own data from presentations that they had charted the top of gas for the area of future extraction as 4,200 feet to over 5,000 feet deep. And as for being vertical at the top of gas, even one of their own drill charts shows the vertical build still going on through the top of gas in the target zone. And this can add hundreds of feet to the true vertical and the associated extension from the reach of the build angles. In the words of Mr. versus Mr. Simpson to Dennis Webb of the Grand Junction Sentinel in a June 15th article. They're, referring to the COGCC commissioners, going to get misinformation from the activists. And they're going to get outright lies from the activists, basically, Simpson said. So from the narration that I've given you about this, the question might be, who is misleading the commission and the staff? I detailed this and other problems in a 92-page submittal on the project. And I'm still waiting for a response from the Colorado PUC and Mr. Lepore on a separate pipeline-only letter. And this concerns the 650 feet areas of concern around those pipelines.
Mr. Arrington, if I may ask you to summarize, sir.
I'm sorry?
Summarize and conclude, if you would, please, sir.
Right.
The timer's not very loud, but it...
And for the staff here, I would ask with new rules calling alternate site analysis, and with companies putting bottom line foremost, will the COGC learn to say no when such information is not provided forthright? And that meaning direct and without evasion. And I thank you. I will have letters, copies of this, because I have the substantiating data attached with it. And it's also in my 92-page report that went to staff. Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Arrington. We do have your letter. It has the data attached, and it will go into the record of today's events.
All right, I'll be available if there's any questions.
Thank you very much. Sir.
My name is Bill Tipton. I live in Tamarack Village in Balvin, Mesa. I was employed in the water and wastewater department in Glenwood Springs for over 30 years. My mission was to biologically and chemically treat wastewater and to disperse it to the Roaring Fork River. I also worked in water treatment to make sure drinking water was safe. Through this trade, I developed a sense of responsibility for the ecology and people. This was brought on by the intense monitoring by the Colorado Department of Health and Environment. Chemicals from the fracking process can enter our drinking water through underground geological formations into the Colorado River and combine with the influent to the water treatment facility. The water treatment process of flocculating, settling, and filtration does not remove all contaminants such as volatile organic carbons and combined radium. Mistakes are made in fracking and water treatment. I made a few. Ursa made one in 2014. They had a spill and two different operators thought the other had shut off a valve. My concern is for the health of the people in Balvin Mesa. In the White River National Forest, we are not allowed to camp more than 300 feet from the road. This is to protect the flora and the fauna. I consider humans as fauna. Inside the POD is more than 300 feet from the road. Oil pads B and D are directly above the water treatment facility and upstream of the plant intake. We are already paying for water and we should not have to buy bottled water. One last statement. I can guarantee you these people that are running the city of Glenwood Springs would not allow a drilling process this close to Red Mountain Treatment Plant. It was right up here on this mountain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Who follows Mr. Tipton?
Ellen Wilson and Bill Wilson.
Ms. Murphy, how many more do we have on the list?
We have 1, 2, 3, 7.
Ms. Nelson, Mr. Nelson?
Sorry?
I think Ms. Nelson?
Yes.
I think you were called first.
All right. My name is Eleanor Nelson, and I live at 35 Locust Way in Balvin Mesa. And I want to discuss Ursa's BPAD application. Like each of you, I want to see full employment, but not at the expense of the intrusion of large-scale industrial operations into residential neighborhoods. Because your home is your castle, unbridled attempts to drill anywhere and everywhere in Garfield County amounts to a taking of that castle, similar to that of eminent domain. We have had to become more informed by the impacts of natural gas drilling out of necessity, which is why we have become more vocal, and I regret if you deem this political theater. We have had to do extensive research and homework in self-defense. Please consider the negative consequences of irresponsible siting of drill pads. We moved to Battlement Mesa, lured by the spectacular scenery and perceived quality of life the quiet rural community offered. No one could have anticipated this onslaught of natural gas drilling. Your mission in fostering responsible development of Colorado's natural resources should be expanded to include the words "through responsible siting," because not all drill sites are equal. The topography around proposed sites must be closely studied. There should be some entity that protects communities like ours without requiring multiple mitigations and conditions of approval as solutions for operators to follow. Why should we be forced to accept these when some locations are improperly sited to begin with? COAs only add more expense for operators and serve as a Band-Aid approach for residents during operations. Once completed, we're left with scarred, unsightly landscapes. COGCC rules do not fully consider the negative impact drilling has on high-density residential units in rural communities. Battlement Mesa and neighboring Parachute are already surrounded by drilling operations. For years, we have watched as operators advance closer to the boundaries of our covenant-protected PUD. Now we are going to be directly assaulted because you have approved URSA's DPAD application to drill within it. Enabling unfettered drilling devalues communities. Since the DPAD location is still under review, please thoroughly consider the cumulative effects all this drilling has. URSA has made some concessions, but you cannot fully mitigate such disruption. If URSA is proposing adding additional sound wells between some homes and the drill site, then that is a clear indication that the location of the site is wrong. Our own home sits on a ridge 200 feet above the DPAD, and we will be looking directly down on it. A recent study released by CSU's Department of Atmospheric Science found that methane, ethane, and propane were the most abundant measured emissions during drilling, fracking, and flowback operations. VOCs do not respect distances, increase vehicle traffic, and equipment produce particulates and noise. Our water quality will have to be more closely monitored due to the proximity of the BPAD to both our water intake and the water treatment plant itself.
Ms. Nelson, I'm going to have to ask you to summarize, please. We have your comments, and I and all of us will read every word.
Okay.
Thank you.
URSA's drilling plans and pipeline within the PUD are only phase one, with more pads being considered for the future. We will be surrounded for years. Your approval of URSA's application simply opens the door for unended intrusion. Active wells in Garfield County now total over 11,000. Just how many are enough? Finally, can anyone tell me with a straight face that drilling within a residential community is responsible siting? Because URSA has not produced an alternative site location for the BPAD, we respectfully ask that you deny their application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Mr. Nelson.
Good morning, gentlemen. My name is Bill Nelson, and I also live at 35 Locust Way in Battlement Mesa. I have been involved in continuous community service here for more than 18 years. I currently serve on the board of the Grand Valley Fire Protection District, and I am the chairman of the board of the Battlement Mesa Metropolitan District, which includes water and sewer operations. I am deeply concerned with the location of the proposed BPAD. The vacant land immediately adjacent to the west belongs to the Metro District and is earmarked for future expansion of the water treatment plant as a retention pond identical to the existing pond immediately to its southwest. Current projections for the district indicate a need for expanding the capacity of the plant not later than 24 years from now, and very possibly sooner, given the boom-bust nature of this area. This would mean that if the COGCC approval is given for this pad location, we would be forced to place a water retention pond immediately alongside an operating natural gas facility. This is a risky situation which should not be allowed to exist. I therefore respectfully request that the commissioners insist that URSA and Battlement Mesa Company provide an alternative location for this pad. Nobody questions URSA's good intentions, but as the saying goes, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, and we also have your written comments, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandy Getter and Bill DeWinter.
My name is Sandy Getter, and my husband and I have lived at 68 Meadow Creek Drive in Battlement Mesa for over 18 years. We were lured by the ads touting Battlement Mesa as a perfect place for retirees. Battlement Mesa is a planned unit development of PUD with strict covenants designating specific areas for housing, commercial, and open space. Industrial was not in the design we were shown by the Battlement Mesa Company, who sold us our land, and the covenants didn't allow drilling either. In 2015, we given copies of these 475 signatures that we gathered from both the young families as well as the old families, you might say, in Battlement Mesa. And we asked you at that time to deny URSA's drilling plans within our PUD and have them continue accessing the minerals below our development from outside boundaries. We know that there are companies that could get the remaining small amount of gas from well pads outside our boundaries if different drilling equipment would be used. Why are you not telling URSA to spend all that money now being used to get these special permits for equipment to drill from far away, thus protecting our water supply, our health, our views, our safety? Battlement Mesa will become the poster child for the proposed amendments. It will say, see what can happen to your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Getter. Sir.
Good morning to the commission. I thank the commission for traveling to Western Colorado. I myself moved from Denver to Glenwood Springs in 1981 to practice law. And in 1994, I relocated with my wife to Battlement Mesa. So we have been in the Willow Creek subdivision for 22 years. I think it might be telling that none of the proponents, at least we have nothing against URSA as a company, where they're probably a very good company. And the proponents here today that were talking about how good they are to them, did anyone notice that none of those proponents live in Battlement Mesa? Some of them are as far away as Delta. That should be telling. The drilling in the PUD was not a matter of right. When the subdivision was created, a special use permit was required for anyone to drill in the subdivision. There were originally 14 drill sites, not drilling pads, 14 drill sites, which allowed for one well per site at that point in time. Now, the exegesis of this before the county commission is that we have a balancing of the rights of the mineral owner and the rights of the surface owner. I think we have one area of agreement from Garfield County to URSA to the concerned citizens of Battlement Mesa that for 3 years minimum now, the citizens of Battlement Mesa are going to be living in an industrial zone. We also seem to have consensus that by approving permits, URSA is going to be able to get at 100% of the minerals that lie beneath Battlement Mesa. Now, the scales of justice that we all somewhat familiar with are equal. If somebody gets 100% and they go up to here, and the citizens get living in an industrial zone, is that 100%? Where is the balance there? And I really ask the commission on the next go-arounds and on the consideration of the BPAD to reflect on the balance that seems to be the main focus, which seems to be out of balance at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Clayton Costanzo. Sorry, I know about it names, by the way. Blair Rollins.
Good morning, please introduce yourself and
Good morning.
welcome your comments.
Commissioners, how are you? My name is Clayton Costanzo, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the industry and URSA. I plan on keeping this rather condensed to save time for others. That being said, I work for a small company, B&S Services. We employ 26, 10 of which solely work for URSA. I've been in the industry going on a decade now, and in that time I've had the opportunity to provide service and work for many operators in the valley, and in this wonderful valley that I call home, and 3 generations before me have as well. But none have been more transparent than this operator sitting behind me. This company is remarkable in just how conscientious they are with planning things around bus schedules, community events, bike races. The safety they've implemented is astounding. And I've actually seen this company shut down active drilling operations to accommodate for a wedding. The amount of phone calls and man hours that go into making this company such a shining example in the industry is quite remarkable. And the proof's in the pudding. There are many people sitting behind me that are part of a team that are some of the best in the business. And I think it speaks volumes on how this company operates to not only still be drilling, but do so in a market that's saturated with $3 gas. And bar none, the most difficult location in the state that is amongst one of the most heavily regulated in the country. And I'm proud to say I'm a part of that. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Costanzo.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Blair Rollins, and I wanted to reiterate the comments made earlier by West Slope COGA, David Ludlam.
Mr. Rollins, thank you.
Emily Tracy, Richard Vitero, and then Kirby.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Emily Tracy. I'm a candidate for the Colorado State Senate in Senate District 8, which includes Garfield County and 6 other counties in northwest Colorado. I live in Summit County. It's been very informative for all of us, I think, to listen to the testimony, regardless of point of view this morning. I think it's helpful. And it does illustrate some key issues, I think, for the industry and for the regulators and for the residents. Colorado is historically a local control state, and that's been true for many decades. A piece of one of the key reasons for that has to do with land use control. We value our ability in Colorado to plan and do zoning at the local level. Why do we do that? In order to separate out residential uses, commercial uses, and industrial uses. And of course, we're all aware, I'm not saying anything that folks in the room don't know, that oil and gas is a little different in Colorado, and those uses are not separated as much as perhaps they should be. We see impacts for residents, and we know that those impacts exist. So I think as a potential legislator, I am interested in knowing what do we need to look for in the future differently in terms of laws and regulations that will help mitigate those conflicts, because an industrial use and a residential use is by its very nature in conflict. And none of us here is here because of ill will. We just have conflicting interests and needs. Another thing I want to mention that is of great interest to me is that it's very important in any regulatory processes, whether it's at the state or local level, for citizens to have full input on whether that means formal public hearings or whatever it means. It makes the decisions better, it makes the processes work better. And I think that might be another area that we'd want to look at as a state to see how we can improve that. We need to seek fairness and balance in all of our laws and regulations, particularly in regard to these conflicting uses, the conflicts between surface and mineral owners, the conflicts between industrial operations and residential living. We know that conflict is there. We need to find ways to reduce or eliminate when we can that conflict. I have a background in a number of different areas. Land use planning at the local level is one. I've served on planning commissions for more than 16 years in 2 jurisdictions. I also have a background in conflict resolution. And one thing we know from conflict resolution is that you get a better solution, a better decision, if you're not creating winners and losers all the time. And I'm afraid that we're often creating winners and losers in this permitting process and state and local approval processes for oil and gas. It doesn't serve anyone well to create winners and losers, because it continues that conflict and continues the regulatory burden in ways that perhaps we could reduce. So I'd like to conclude by saying that if or when I'm elected, I'll look for ways to improve all regulatory processes, to move toward as much balance as possible, and to ensure full public access to all regulatory processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Good luck with your race.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
I'm Richard Votero. I live in Garfield County, and I'm a third-generation Coloradan. I remember as a youth traveling across Wyoming to visit my grandparents in Montana, and we would always be awakened from a deep in-car sleep, as children do, when we got to Casper, Wyoming. And when I was growing up, we didn't have facilities for oil and gas, some in Denver, yes, but as we experienced crossing Wyoming. Now we have an overabundance of those facilities here. I'm curious why, with the recent Manco Shale information that we have, why an operator, Ursa in this case, would risk drilling in such proximity to a population. It just is so difficult to understand why they would open themselves up to such liability, knowing that the industry is dirty. We know it's polluted air, water, and land. It continues to do so even with best practices. What we're doing here is we're trading water for oil. And I believe the future generations, not too distant future generations, will wonder what were we doing? Trading water for oil, a life essence. Water is essential, oil is optional.
Excuse me.
I have a question for the COGCC, and I expect an answer. Who is going to indemnify the people of Battlement Mesa, Parachute, and the downstream water users when something catastrophic occurs? Will it be the COGCC? Will it be the state of Colorado? will be Ursa Industries.
Well, thank you for your comments. What I would suggest, that's a fair question you ask, and I would suggest that schedule an appointment with staff, and I think they could walk you through. There are a series of, frankly, possibilities that answer that question, and I know that they'd be happy to make that information available to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wynn.
Yes. I'm Kirby Wynn. I'm Garfield County's Oil and Gas Liaison. Welcome, Chairman, Commission, and staff to Garfield County. We appreciate you all being here. Just a couple brief comments, just a little bit about the BMC-D as in David pad that was recently approved. As noted by Director Lepore, actually both the well pads, the ones proposed and the ones been approved, are the first to navigate the recently enacted LUMA rules, which Garfield County and other Western Colorado governments participated in heavily during the design of those rules. We thank the Commission for scrutinizing and adopting as your own many of the conditions of approval that were developed by Garfield County in collaboration with our area residents' input and the operator as part of our county special use permit process. So it's significant to us to see those conditions of approval carried forward in the actual approved Form 2A. Several of these conditions of approval are far more stringent than COGCC rules would require, and as such, that's where we really appreciate and see it as an indicator that when, I've heard this over the last few years, the Oil and Gas Commission will not stand in the way of even the most stringent BMPs and conditions of approval that two willing parties are willing to agree upon. So you back that up and you put that into the Form 2A. And we look forward to seeing you also as you navigate management of these sites if they do get built and the inspections to actually uphold those standards. And it's much appreciated. Also here recently, again, at Garfield County, I guess we're surprised to be the first government to navigate this LUMA process. We're also going to be the second government to navigate this process, as I understand it. We received a operator notification per the rules as required to offer consultation, and we've accepted that for a well pad that is prospectively going to be near a high school over near Parachute. And so we did accept that offer to consult, and as we've already advised your staff, we do intend to work closely with Oil and Gas Commission staff and experts and draw upon their broad expertise to educate our stakeholders, especially and certainly including the school district that would be affected, on best practices that should be at the table or on the table and perhaps be included in an initial Form 2A submittal that an operator might submit for that pad. So we're not looking for someone to come and verify, well, these are what the rules are, but we're really looking for your expertise, having navigated many, many well pad, proposed well pad and well applications, to help a stakeholder who really isn't familiar with oil and gas really understand what's come at play that's been beneficial to have in an application going forward. So as a part of this convener, as part of this consultation, we're really acting as a convener for other stakeholders rather than Garfield County negotiating on behalf of Garfield County to get certain things into this permit process. So we really look forward to probably be a creative, maybe a little bit novel way to have a consultation as one of the first ones. We look forward to y'all being very proactive and bringing your best staff to help us out and the school district. That's all I have for you today. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Wynn? Thanks for your time and all the work we do together.
Chairman, that concludes the folks on my list.
Excellent. As that was the people on the list, are there other members of the public who'd like a few moments, please?
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Emily Hornback, and I am an organizer with Western Colorado Congress, and I am just here to provide a kind of putting together a moment about some of the commentary that was provided on Pad B. I would just like to point out that in that current proposal, there is a remaining surface well location for a proposed injection well, which is right next to the water intake of the community. And a few folks mentioned it, but we want to just explicitly state in this public forum that Of all the things to put next to the water supply of the community, and a wastewater injection well is one of the most objectionable, and the Colorado Department of Health and Environment have clearly expressed that in their communications with you. And we would like to see that removed from the BPAD proposal. To even put that in the Battlement Mesa planned unit development, it would require an amendment to the planned unit development of Battlement Mesa, which has not happened at the local county level. So we don't understand why there would be any reason to leave that in the Form 2A. And we just wanted to put that clearly out there for everybody. Thank you very much.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Ms. Hornbeck. Final call for public comment. Now we will close that portion of the agenda. I would like to thank everybody who commented today with such professionalism and passion and seriousness, and that's the way those comments are taken by us, with seriousness. So we appreciate that very much. We are a little behind on our agenda, but that was important work we were doing. I would like to recommend that our next agenda item calls for consideration of an executive session. Our counsel, Senior Assistant Attorney General Jake Matter, could explain that agenda item to us and get the board's pleasure. If we were to go into executive session, we would ask for the room to be cleared temporarily, which would provide a great time for a break. And then we could come out of executive session shortly thereafter and continue on with our agenda at the consent agenda. That's a suggestion. Mr. Matter, if we were to go into executive session, what would we be doing today?
On the agenda for today, there's one item identified, which is a fairly discrete issue concerning proper notice to interested parties under the Oil and Gas Act. During the break, in the event the commission elects to go into executive session, we would do so pursuant to the Open Meetings Law, which is 24-6-402-3A2 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, which allows the board to go into executive session for conference with an attorney representing the board to discuss disputes that are subject to litigation or, more generally, legal issues such as proper notice to interested parties. As I said, the topics of today's executive session are on the agenda, and it's just one. So in the event you choose to go into executive session at this time, just request a motion to do so.
What's the pleasure of the commission?
I move that we go into executive session for the purposes of the legal advice that Mr. Matter has told us about.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing no objections. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move into executive session now for the purposes.
Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'd just like to make sure that Mayor Holton was a yes, because we do need 6 to go into executive session.
Thank you. Mayor, Commissioner Holton?
Yes, I'll be here.
I wanted to make sure we recorded your vote, sir, on the motion to go into executive session. Was that an aye or a nay?
An aye.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, we will go into executive session. We will come out into the lobby and invite everybody back in when that concludes. The audio recording will continue, but the broadcast will cease.
I'd run now. We need one like run now.
That's all set. Thank you. We're broadcasting, we're reconvening, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to Senior Assistant Attorney General Jake Matter, please.
During the break, the commission went into executive session for the reasons specified on the agenda, which is the proper construction of Section 1084 of the Oil and Gas Conservation Act and appropriate notice to interested parties. We did so pursuant to the Open Meetings Law, which is 24-6402-3A2, which allows the commission to enter into executive session to receive legal advice concerning specific claims, grievances, or receive legal advice on specific legal questions. We exited executive session and no decisions were made.
Thank you very much. Let's talk about the agenda just a moment, please, because obviously we're a bit behind schedule, but we did very important business this morning, hearing all those great public comments. My suggestion, fellow commissioners, is we move as we were expected to into the consent agenda. I would suggest we then reorder slightly and have the two presentations, first the Kerr-McGee and then the second, the reclamation report. I think neither of those will take as long as they're budgeted for. And then time permitting, I would suggest we start with our general hearing, docket number 160-300-126 and 128. We'll begin those hearings and then we will break just before 1 o'clock for lunch, not just for the commissioners, but for our others in attendance. And we will keep that break to maybe 40 minutes, something like that, and reconvene and complete whatever hearing or business we've not gotten to at that point. With no objections, let's proceed, and would call our attention, please, to the consent agenda. I would first ask if we have any recusals, disclosures, or other business prior to calling votes. I myself will not be voting on Group G, like golf. And I could vote on Group B if we pulled the Bonanza Creek matter out, or I could abstain from all of B. You have any other disclosures or recusals? In fairness to the other applicant in Group B, I would suggest we pull Bonanza out, and my vote can take place with regard to the remaining matter in Group B.
So docket number 1607-00262 needs to be taken up and moved on separately.
Correct. Ms. Murphy, will you lead us through the votes, please?
Absolutely. At this point, commissioners, you have the option of moving all of the consent general application items, excluding Group G and excluding the Bonanza item from Group B.
So moved.
Second.
And to make sure my statement was clear, it was a move to approve.
Yes, move to approve.
Seconder understands that? Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. 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 Thank you, Commissioner Holton. All opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. Those items are approved. Ms. Murphy?
And at this point, exclusive of Commissioner Spielman voting, somebody could move to approve the two Bonanza items on the consent agenda.
We'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I will not be voting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay. Again, the ayes have it. Do we need a roll call vote? I think I heard all five.
Yes, sir.
We're good. Okay. Then those two matters are approved as well. Thank you, Commissioners. We have also on our consent agenda Enforcement Group A. What is the Commissioner's pleasure with regard to how we treat these 5 items, and are there any disclosures or recusals? I do not have a recusal nor a disclosure on this group, but I do have an interest in hearing from staff as a short presentation, perhaps, an explanation of the staff's recommendation on docket number 160600165 pertaining to URSA Operating Company. Would the staff be available to do that? Yes. Commissioners, any objection to us doing that? No. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. David Beckstrom, Enforcement Officer with the Commission. I will attempt to address any questions you may have on the URSA settlement and docket number 160600165 regarding URSA Operating Company. The NOAV at issue came about, or the NOAVs at issue came about as a result of a complaint from a resident of Battlement Mesa regarding odors at URSA's locations in that area. Staff investigated those complaints. Staff investigated those complaints and confirmed that there were in fact odor violations. Upon further inspection, staff was able to confirm that there were some leaking valves on tanks at those locations. URSA acted promptly upon notification of these issues and replaced the valves on all the tanks. As a result of that, staff decided that the appropriate violation period was 5 days for the odors and 1 day for the mechanical failure of the valves themselves because of URSA's prompt response and evidence that they had been working towards remedying the problem prior to being notified. With that in mind, the total penalty, the complainant was notified of the process. They were sent draft AOC, or draft versions of the administrative orders by consent. They had an opportunity to comment on those before they were entered into by staff and URSA. Once the staff and URSA made their final recommendation and executed a version of the AOC that you see before you, the version of that AOC was provided to the complainants, and the complainants were then given an opportunity to file a petition for review. The rules require that 28 days between being provided a copy of that AOC be allowed for the complainants to file a petition for review, and no such petition for review was filed by the complainants. With that said, the item was put onto the consent agenda with the penalty that you see before you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, questions?
I have a question.
Please, Commissioner Hawkins.
In our public comment.
Sorry, microphone, please, Commissioner.
In our public comment today, we heard some comments regarding odor complaints. And it sounded to me, and I don't think I have a number written down here, but it sounded like there was only one complaint that actually was made to the commission.
So there were actually 2 complaints from the same complainants that made it to the COGCC through the formal complainant process under a Form 18. And both of those were resolved through these NOAVs, and if approved, then this consent item.
Well, my question is, I guess, do we think that we're going to eliminate the odor issue in this area? I mean, I know there was a number of complaints that maybe were made to the operator before something was brought to the attention of the commission. And I just feel like we owe it to the residents to kind of follow up and make sure that that's being handled appropriately.
I know that our field inspection staff is well aware of the ongoing complaints regarding odors. They were beforehand. After these complaints were made, they went out and confirmed on multiple occasions. And we will continue to pursue any complaint that comes our way regarding odors when we can independently confirm that there is in fact a problem.
Good.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins, for your question. Other questions, comments? Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a helpful explanation and history. Commissioners, I don't hear recusals, disclosures, or requests to remove an item, so Enforcement Group A would stand as is, including docket number 160600165, Aversa Operating Company. Do we have, what's the pleasure of the commission?
Move approval of the Enforcement Group A.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. Excuse me, any discussion? I will call the question. All in favor of approval of the 5 items in Enforcement Group A, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Holden. Any opposed, please say nay. I believe that was unanimous. It's approved. Thank you. As I explained, we will now move to presentation by Care McGee Oil and Gas Onshore LP. And I think I'll turn it over to our Stuart Ellsworth to tee this up. And make introductions, and we'll welcome our guests. Stuart? Mr. Ellsworth?
Thank you, Commissioners. This is Stuart Ellsworth, the Engineering Manager at the Commission. I'd like to introduce David Curtis from Kerr McGee and Anadarko. They have requested a variance from our 329 rule, which requires measurement of the fluids at standard conditions, meaning a specific temperature of 60 degrees and a pressure of atmospheric, basically 0 or 14.7. Anadarko is going, I'm going to say it this way, they're going to measure it on the fly at pressure, and that gives them abilities to reduce the equipment at the well site and without stealing any of Dave's thunder. We think this is great from the standpoint of it removes the emission controls related to emissions coming off of tanks and reduces the amount of tanks. It removes the amount of truck traffic to a site. So without stealing Dave's thunder, I'll pass it over to him. And we are supportive and have approved this variance. And it's presented to you as information.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm here also with Mike McConaughey. He's from our regulatory group at Anadarko Kerr McGee.
Mr. Curtis, can you introduce yourself for the folks listening on the broadcast?
I apologize. My name is Dave Curtis. I'm the Measurement Operations Manager for Anadarko Petroleum. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present this information and to talk about the measurement related to our high vapor pressure operations. What we're going to do is we're going to kind of go through, and first of all, we're going to talk about the benefits of this system and why we want to move in this direction. We'll talk about our project objectives, kind of talk about the current state of that measurement and how we're doing it today, how we're going to move to in the future, and then provide a summary for that. And again, if you have any questions as we go through, stop and ask us. Don't wait for the end, please. So the benefits of our high vapor pressure oil gathering system fall right into what we call our social license to operate. And our social license to operate is all about being a good neighbor and a good steward of the environment. Our operations teams that are performing this, they live in these communities along with everybody else. We have the same concerns that they do, and we want to make sure that's addressed and find good operating conditions to help us meet all of our neighbors' needs and desires. So what this does for us, first and foremost, is it reduces the emissions from each one of our locations. For those of you who are unfamiliar, we're going to talk about it more in a little bit, there's a ton of tanks on each one of these facilities where we're producing hydrocarbon liquids. Those tanks have the opportunity for emissions when hatches are open for measuring the depth in it and other operations like that. By removing those tanks, we remove that potential for emissions. By reducing other equipment on there, these tanks require vapor recovery systems. The vapor recovery systems in and of themselves do not have emissions, but anytime you've got valves and flanges and other equipment, there's always the potential. So the more of that we can remove, the more we can reduce that potential for emissions. We're going to provide oil pipelines to each one of these locations so the oil is pipelined off. We're going to provide high vapor pressure oil measurement, which is the key to this, and we'll talk about that more here in a little bit. And we're going to provide automation and controls to each one of these facilities. The beauty of that is to more real-time watch what's going on, so you can avoid or at least mitigate upsets quickly when something does happen. Other benefits of this is reducing the size and disturbance. Every tank we remove removes a spot on the ground that we've got to cover. It removes a potential eyesore from the beautiful landscape there in our operating areas from our neighbors. It eliminates truck traffic. By us delivering everything through pipeline, we can drastically reduce the number of trucks on the road. One of the other big benefits is a reduction in noise. One of the number one calls we get into our call center is the amount of noise that comes from our facilities. Those vapor recovery units that we were talking about, they're a small compressor. Those small compressors obviously have a continuous noise to them. By removing those, we're removing a large amount of the noise that comes from each one of our locations. And we're doing this through proven, reliable measurement technology. What we're doing isn't anything that's new. We're just applying it to this particular situation. And we'll go through that. So as we look at our facilities, we look back, here's a 2012 facility. And as you look at that, this had 4 wells on it, 4 horizontal wells, and it had 20 tanks. Sometimes it can get in excess of that, 23, 24 tanks. Those tanks take up a large portion of the ground. We move into our 2013 facilities where we started to pipeline instead of truck. Now we're able to reduce the number of wells, 5 horizontal wells, 5 oil tanks. When we go into our new facilities, we can now remove the oil tanks entirely. So we've got 6 horizontal wells, 0 tanks, everything pipelined out. Let me give you a better look at that particular facility. When we look at this facility, if we kind of take a walk around it, starting at the left side of your screen, first thing you're going to see is a tank. That's a workover tank. If we ever have any problems, issues, we need to work on one of the pieces of equipment, we can divert the hydrocarbon liquid into that tank, store it while we're working on it, deliver it right back into the pipeline. The next 2 tanks that you see are water tanks. Then we have a small separator system for fuel gas, that type of thing. In the back and around the corner are our horizontal wells. As you come forward from the horizontal wells on the right-hand side, those are our vapor recovery units. As we move into true full high vapor pressure oil production, we're going to remove those entirely. Next are our separators, and in the building on the lower right-hand corner is our LACT unit. So it still takes up a footprint, but far less than a ton of tanks do. In order to make this happen, we have to develop a work process that's going to allow us to do our production volume reporting the way we always have. Our state production on a monthly basis and our federal. By developing a field measurement adjustment methodology, we can correct our high vapor pressure oil back to standard state conditions. And as Stuart stated, those stock conditions are when the oil is allowed to come to atmospheric pressure. When it comes to atmospheric pressure, the light ends are going to liberate off. We're going to capture that through our gas system. With a high vapor pressure system, we're going to be leaving those lights in the liquid phase. So our current production, Oil volume is based on that stock tank barrel, like we were talking about, at atmospheric conditions, at standard conditions. Because we're allowing it to go to standard conditions right on site, we're going to measure it, and the volume that's measured is going to be the volume reported. The quality of the oil is going to be based on our measured water and our measured gravity that's going to be done right there on location. Similarly with gas, we're going to run it through a meter right there. It's going to be measured on location. We're going to pull a gas quality sample to find out what the quality of that is, get our energy, our heating value for reporting purposes. We move to our high vapor pressure oil production, things have to change. Because we're leaving all those light end compounds in the liquid phase and running them through the meter, measuring it as such, we're going to change that volume of oil. It's going to be swelled because all those lights are still entrained in that liquid. When we did a test case with that off of one of our locations, we calculated that our oil would be swelled about 16.2%. And because those light ends remain in the oil and aren't delivered in our gas stream is reduced by about 2.8%. So we've got to find a way in order to adjust for that to properly report our volumes of each product. The HVP oil will, once we do that adjustment, is going to report on our OGARs and our other reportings as those flat oils. So our production and our royalty accounting practices are going to remain unchanged from what they are today. And again, this is done through verifiable third-party data based on sound engineering principles. And in fact, when we came up with this process, we went to a third party, an expert in the industry for measurement and allocation, and we had them review our process to make sure we weren't missing something. Was there a hole? Were we not thinking about something that's going to happen down the road? They reviewed it and they agreed with the steps that we were going to provide in order to do this. So our product measurement methodology, our high vapor pressure oil will be measured on site through a Coriolis meter. Many of you probably aren't familiar with Coriolis meters. They are state-of-the-art liquid measurement meter. They can be used for gas as well. And they're going to be measured through that and run through a lease automatic custody transfer meter, LAC unit. You're probably familiar with that term. That's going to get our volumetric measurement. For our composition, we're going to collect a composite sample. A composite sample collects a flow proportional amount of liquid over whatever time period it is, whether that's a month, whether that's a quarter, whether that's a week. It collects a flow proportional sample, so it's an average of the composition that goes through that LACT for that time period. We're going to send that off to a laboratory and have that analyzed. When it's analyzed, we're going to come up with a C6 plus concentration, which is going to allow us to allocate that particular product. Then we're also going to get physical properties, shrink factor, and our flash gas factor in order to be able to shrink that volume. We'll talk about that here in a minute. And then we're also going to get the water. Currently on our locations, they're pulling out water through a grind out, and that can't be done because we can't release the pressure off of this sample. So the lab's going to provide us with that water for adjusting that. Then we're going to use either empirical analysis or a modeling method to come up with a composition of the flash gas and a composition of the stock tank oil that would be remaining. Our equipment on site will then take that information and it will calculate a shrunk oil value. What would be remaining had it been taken to atmospheric conditions? And then it will also calculate a flash gas, what would have been liberated had we taken it to atmospheric, and then we'll combine that with our composition to be able to give us a flash gas volume and energy. All of that will be combined for going out on our monthly reporting. Yes, sir. You betcha.
So in the middle of that, it said empirical analyses and or.
Right.
So what's going to dictate which one you're going to use?
Primarily, it's the laboratory. And so we did testing with the lab that we chose, and I'm going to back up a moment here and say when it comes to the laboratories we use, we do thorough vetting and thorough auditing of the laboratories that we use before we allow them to do any type of analyses from us. But that lab, when they're doing that flash gas study, they'll either capture that gas and run it through another instrument to get the composition of that gas, or they'll do equation of state modeling to come up with a composition of that gas, one or the two.
And how often do you plan on doing your sampling and analysis?
Currently, our sampling analysis is planned to be done on a monthly basis. If we reach such time that we see stability in the product over time, then we might start spreading that out, but currently it's going to be monthly ticketing.
And how do you define stability?
It will be a very limited change in composition over what.
Plus or minus 1%, 2%, 5%?
Roughly, it's typically 2%, but we usually use industry guidelines, which actually is on a per component basis. And each component, as the heavier you get, the more you can get fluctuation. So it's all based on the compound through the analytical methodology set up with GPA and folks like that.
Thank you.
This is just a quick visual reference of what we're talking about. And so our original current operations, when we send that through our lact meter off of the separator, the lact meter gives us a direct measurement of the oil. Through our gas meter, we get a direct measurement of the gas. Here we're going to get a direct measurement of the gas, but then we're going to come up with a stabilized oil pseudo volume and a flash gas volume. Real fast here on our samples, just to take you through the calculations and the way it works. We'll have a volume that's metered at site of our high vapor pressure oil. From the laboratory, we're going to receive a shrink value. That volume will be measured or multiplied by that shrink value to give us our stock tank barrels of oil. That stock tank barrel of oil is then multiplied by the flash gas factor to give us our flash gas volume. We'll take the composition of our flash gas and the energy that's determined from that composition, multiply that by our volume to get our energy. And then it's not used in any reporting purposes, but we'll also get the composition of the oil. And what that does do is that gives us our API gravity for our reporting on our and adjustments of that oil product. Give you a quick look at our lact. We won't get into the particulars of this, but these are the units that are doing the measurement. The key points to look at on this is with a Coriolis meter, with any measurement, you want to keep a single phase product going through there. So the pumps that are on the upside and the downstream of that Coriolis meter, automation is used between those to ensure that we're maintaining pressure throughout that Coriolis to ensure we're getting accurate measurement at all times. Another piece of this that you'll look at on your right-hand side, just inside of the pump, there's a sampler. That sampler is a atmospheric oil sampler. Those obviously can't be used here because if we were to do that, we would artificially shrink the oil before we would even measure it. So on each one of our lacts, we're installing a light hydrocarbon sampling unit. This sampler maintains pressure of the sample throughout the ticketing period. Whatever the highest pressure it sees during that time, it'll maintain that or greater to ensure that our product always stays liquid and we don't get any sample distortion before it gets to the laboratory. So in summary, our HVP oil gathering system provides us a ton of benefits, both environmentally and just in being a good all-around neighbor, reducing noise, reducing that truck traffic from the road. Our reporting volumes will be corrected based on on-site measurement and our laboratory samples, but that's all based using industry standard methodology, nothing new there. Our production and royalty accounting practices are going to remain unchanged. We wanted to state that we at one point had the opportunity to sit down with the National Association of Royalty Owners, and we presented this to them, and they expressed their support of what we were doing. And then our hope is that our central stabilization will go into effect late 2016. It might be early 2017 is where we're headed on that. Any questions? Yes, sir.
So I'm assuming that last line, central stabilization, eventually you have to, that oil, I'm assuming your pipelines have the capability of carrying the pressurized oil without essentially having it flash or cause any issues as you go along.
Correct.
And so your central stabilization is where you're going to take all of it to atmospheric?
Correct.
And what do you plan on doing there for vapor recovery? Because you're going to have a lot.
Correct. And so that is a larger scale of what we would have at a smaller unit now. So we're taking on that facility, which is we're calling our Central Oil Stabilization Facility, the COGCC. We are stabilizing the oil, And when that's stabilized, we have full vapor recovery units where the gas will be collected and then sent to our other processing facilities from there. But yes, every drop of that will be collected and utilized. Yes, sir.
Is there any way for you to kind of prove your estimated calculations after you get to your stabilization facility, to go back and look at what's the stock tank barrels of, I know it's collection, so now you've got multiple wells and you might not be able to allocate factor easily, but you can still take a look at what's the overall volume coming out of 28 wells or something.
Yeah.
And
we did do that. We didn't put it in this presentation for time and because this was specifically addressing the variance that we worked on, which was the measurement at the location. However, what we did do when we started this whole process is we modeled that entire system. And we did that through taking some of our units to high vapor pressure so that we could pull actual samples from locations. It's going to be different pressure throughout the system. It's going to float on line pressure. So we did one at the front end where we're going to have lower pressures, one at the other end where we'll have higher. Real samples so that we could do the math all throughout our system. And then we modeled that through our COSIF, through our anticipated operating conditions there to see how we were going to come out, how the allocation worked out all the way back through the system. And we absolutely did do that. It was a good exercise. We had to do that to prove to ourselves that we were going to be happy with these operations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question. I just do want to make a comment. Stuart alluded to it. More than a year ago, I guess, the governor's office asked the staff to look at ways in which, in an ideal world, we would set about minimizing impacts to neighbors of oil and gas locations. And after cogitating on that for pretty lengthy amount of time with a lot of input from a lot of people, the top of the list was get the storage tanks off of the locations in terms of bang for the buck, because you eliminate visual impacts, you eliminate air emissions, you eliminate noise, you reduce truck traffic, and you take away one of the things that we think, based on our experience, gives rise to the greatest amount of discomfort to the neighbors, the fear of that tank. So we think this is a terrific evolution in the way that the industry does business. We appreciate Anadarko's leadership on this. The variance was necessary because our rules specify ways in which oil must be accounted for, and this necessitates doing it differently. So again, another example of innovation leading to some kind of tweak to our rules. But just want to express that gratitude for your innovation.
Because we appreciate your help and support.
Please.
Is this material available on the OGCC website?
Not currently, but this slideshow is not.
Would it make sense to make it available there?
From our standpoint, we're perfectly okay with that. We did provide Stuart with a copy, and so if that's something that you all would like.
Again, I think it's valuable because it's sort of best practices and things that it's continuing to advance. And it's probably a benefit to smaller operators to see that, because I think this is something it's any size, not just a Kerr-McGee size operator, but smaller operators could potentially take advantage of this as well.
Sure. If we could ask one favor, we expected stuff like this because we presented here that it is public record. But if you'd allow us just a day or so to vet that through our legal department, make sure they don't have any heartburn and are comfortable with us saying yes, then we'll do that. But I don't anticipate any problems.
Thank you.
Perfect sense.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again. We appreciate everything.
Thank you for your great work and for the presentation. Stuart, did you have anything to close on, or Mr. Ellsworth?
No, thank you. Chairman, thank you. And we are excited of this kind of another example of forward movement of oil and gas onshore development.
Excellent. Okay, gentlemen, thank you all. Okay. Ms. Ash.
Reclamation report update. Staff will update the commissioners regarding progress regarding the recommended action plan for the 2015 final reclamation inspection and implementation program. This is a status report to the commission. There's no commission action requested. Turn it over to Margaret Ashfield, Inspection Unit Manager. You take your time, get that teed up. And then Mr. Barber, Ms. Jost, you're on deck. I see you. We'll see if we can get some, we'll see what time we have to start before the break. Thank you for your flexibility. Ready? Thank you, Ms. Ash.
Margaret Ash, Field Inspection Manager for the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. And I'm going to just provide a really brief update on our the recommended action plan that came out of our final reclamation report that was submitted. Just for the slides, for the agenda, there will be a little bit of a background, then fairly detailed status on these recommended actions, some discussion on our report findings, and of course, challenges and hurdles and next steps. So it's been a long 14 months. So in May of 2015, the commission asked us or directed us to review our reclamation program. There were a number of items they wanted, like to identify a number of gas wells or locations that require final reclamation and to evaluate our existing reclamation rules. So a brief status update was provided in Gunnison, and I'm kind of liking the trend here because we get to go to kind of interesting places when we're talking about reclamation. And then the final report again was provided in December. Another little discussion and update in January, and today we're just going to talk about the action plan. So there were 4 main actions that came out of that final reclamation plan. And the first one was to develop database reports and GIS tools. I think a lot of people are familiar with the inspection tools that the engineering and physical science technicians use. And they were helpful and somewhat beneficial for our reclamation people, but really not specific. So we've developed a whole new set of database queries and reports. So we have a section on our internal web page. It's called Tools, and our reclamation people can just pull these up. So some of this is just summary and information. You can see Mr. Benkus has nearly 5,000 wells in his area in northeastern Colorado that need a final reclamation inspection. 457 are high priority. And then the next one is that reclamation person can just click on their area, and then they get a more specific tool, gives them different townships, and then lists the number of priority inspections in each township and the total number of wells. And then that translates into a specific township report. And then like our inspection layers, that translates into a GIS tool. So this helps people plan and organize their inspections. So the squares, if you can see the squares with the numbers by them, those are reclamation inspections with a priority number. And our priorities for reclamation are based on well status. So if it's plugged and abandoned or dried and abandoned, and if it's the operator has submitted a final reclamation complete notice, which is required under Rule 1004. And if they've asked for a bond release, that raises the inspection, the priority level. And then they get each reclamation person gets a daily report. This is similar to our priority ranking risk inspections that the other inspectors use. Just each area and what kind of wells and different types of priorities. So one of the items was to find out how many wells we had that needed final reclamation status or a final reclamation. It turns out there were 45,000, I'm using round numbers, 28,000 of those had a passing inspection, so we jumped down into, or excuse me, about 26,000 of those had a passing inspection. So then we looked at ones that still needed an inspection or final reclamation, and we identified 6,700 abandoned locations, and one of our goals was to reduce that number. So since December of 2015, we've been able to pass 3,000 of these ALs, and then another 308 have actually failed for one reason or another.
Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
The abandoned location are wells that never got drilled?
They are permits that were never drilled and have expired and abandoned. Well, I mean, the good news, I mean, in reality, there should be never drilled, but occasionally we do find a mistake. And then we found about 12,000 wells that were plugged and abandoned or dried and abandoned that required a final reclamation inspection. And since December, we've passed 536, and another 345 have failed. And final reclamation in Colorado is somewhat challenging. You can't do a final reclamation inspection in the high altitudes where there's a lot of snow cover. And then we also, in croplands, we like to see how successful the crop's coming in. So that's also a somewhat limiting factor, but I think this number will go up dramatically because our guys actually like being out in the field. Action 3 was additional operator guidance and outreach. So we finished a few final guidance documents. The one under final that says delayed operations, that should actually be delayed completions. We have a couple of documents in draft. We're hoping to get meetings set up with the industry in the next, I'd say 2 months or so, or hopefully less. And one will be to revise the notice to operators for conductor setting. If you remember from the report, the 2006 NTO for conductor setting had kind of made some interesting challenges and complications for reclamation. And then we're also going to have an NTO for reclamation procedures for delayed operations. Additional operator outreach. The engineering department has been organizing these small operator meetings, but the field inspection and reclamation staff are participating. We've had two, one in Lyman, one in Fort Lupton. We have one coming up in Durango next week and one in Rifle the first week of August. And then this slide says on-site meetings, but that would mean office or field meetings. We've had, our reclamation staff have had 47, like individual contact with oil and gas operators about reclamation, either in a meeting in our office or some other meeting. And then we've had 14 specific on-site inspections that we've looked at. Data management was, it's an interesting one. We did a lot of data analysis for this report, probably maybe even more than what we needed to, but there was a lot of data there. I think really the key here is data quality is important and data assurance, and that's one thing we're working really hard on. We've got standard operating procedures, and we do a lot of really detailed inspections. But of the 5 data cleanup projects we did work on, we did find 1,500 wells that could be removed from the require reclamation list. We probably will still do some inspections, at least spot inspections on those. And then another 976 that are likely to pass. And these are documents that we have available for the various reclamation people that also to help prioritize their inspection process. So in the report, we did say that the 2006 notice to operators was a threat, and there was some ambiguity in our rules. That was a finding that we had. So this reclamation procedures for delayed operations, we think we're going to be able to clarify a number of issues. One of the ones was, drilling or subsequent operations, areas reasonably needed for production. I mean, in reality, there's been sort of a reclamation activities in many cases have stalled because a lack of clarity. Whether you can build a large location and just not do the reclamation if you're planning on drilling sometime in the future, even if that's maybe 8, 9, 10 years. So we're going to work with industry and hope to clarify those issues. Another threat I think we discussed in that report was cumulative impacts from surface owner waivers. We do want to work with the surface owners for their, when they have a change in land use, but it's sort of surprising how many people want flat pieces of gravel out in the middle of nowhere. So this is just one area in southern Colorado that the yellow X's are variance requests in process or have been approved. The red circles are obviously the wells. In this particular area, the two operators have said there's at least another 140 variance requests coming. And so we're just starting out to try to figure out what the cumulative impact on these, if they're in the same drainage as similar to that, maybe work with Parks and Wildlife on if this has a wildlife impact. And one of the things we're going to do is actually, I think maybe I have another slide on it. We're working with our GIS department to come up with some mapping tools so we can calculate acreages in drainages and different things. And industry compliance is, it's been interesting. This is a site from a fairly good operator, one of the best in the state. We got a final reclamation complete notice. And if you read the reclamation, it's pretty clear. Roads have to be removed. The road's still here. Culverts have to be removed. The culverts are still there. There's a number of different problems with this site. And then on the lower slide, I don't know. Well, maybe the mouse would be better. If you look in this area at the top, that is the same field where it has never been disturbed. This is the area where it has been disturbed. And we actually argued with, or the operator argued with us that we had no jurisdiction to figure out whether croplands were going to revegetate successfully. So that's been an interesting argument. This is not going to pass. So it's been I think industry in the past, they'd say, well, we're going to just turn it over to the farmer. In some cases, if the land's been compacted for 20 or 30 years, typical traditional farming equipment won't be able to address all of the issues. So one of the challenges and hurdles we face in, I think, the entire agency, but really specifically in our reclamation group is workload. I mean, the inspections take time. These final reclamation inspections are generally out in remote areas. The first few times you do it, it's like four-wheeling out in the mountains and it's great. And, after hours and hours of that and possibly dealing with some, upset landowners, it becomes less about entertainment. So, and then we also have a lot of just work that we have to do in the offices and complaints. If we get a complaint about weeds or reclamation, that's still a high priority, like with other groups in the agency. The surface owner waivers and variances, we've tried to put together a couple of processes for those processes, but they're still taking quite a bit of time. I think the industry, I know the industry's frustrated and we're frustrated, so maybe we'll do some additional process improvement on those. But a big part of our workload is cleaning up orphan well sites, doing the reclamation. And these are just a few of the projects that this reclamation group has worked on since like November of 2015. And these projects involve, sometimes major dirt work, earth moving equipment, sometimes soil analysis, amending the soils and whatnot. So there's a lot of work to be done. So next steps, again, I think the focus just needs to be getting out and doing as many inspections as possible, continued compliance assistance, finalizing some of these guidance documents, having these operator meetings, either small operator meetings. It's, you know, a lot of non-small operators come to these meetings, so that's fine also. But meetings on site, meetings with the oil and gas operators. And then again, this cumulative impact analysis, GIS tool, I think will be important.
Questions? Where's Commissioner Allward? Sash, great presentation as always. Comments, questions, Director?
I was going to sit quietly, but since you asked, no, the only comment I would make, appreciate Margaret's efforts, first of all, but the guidance document on the notice to operators for the conductor setting, I don't know if you all recall that, but that conductor setting policy established to 2006.
April 2006.
Just one of those that had a lot of unintended consequences. And in shorthand, we're trying to kind of rewind that. And it will be challenging for a lot of different reasons. But, you know, it is what it is. We're pretty close, I think, to the draft internally. And then we'll work through it with the operators. But there are just too many large pads with multiple conductors set, no other activity, no real timeline for other activity, and yet a reluctance by the operators to reclaim those large pads or even bring them down in size a bit. So I think we have a path forward, and obviously we'll keep you apprised, but I put that at the top of our list of priorities in this particular reclamation sort of arena.
Excellent. Thank you again. So it's 12:30. Knowing we need to break just before 1, do the parties and the commissioners feel as I do that we could start in with our final agenda item? See acquiescence all over the place. Our next agenda item are dockets number 160-300-126 and 160-300-128 in the Wattenberg and unnamed fields of Weld County. The applicant is Oak Creek Oil and Gas LLC, and the withdrawn protestant is Noble Energy, Inc. The parties are represented by counsel. We'll invite them up to the council table. Mr. Yancey, you're our hearings officer today.
That's correct.
Shall I turn it over to you, and let's talk about what we might expect to accomplish before our break, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're here for docket number 1603. Oh, excuse me. Good afternoon, Jill Durancy, hearing officer. We're here for docket number 1603-00126 and 1603-00128. Will the parties please identify yourselves?
Officer Phil Barber on behalf of Oak Creek Oil.
Mr. Barber.
Thank you, hearing officer. Phil Barber here on behalf of Oak Creek Oil and Gas. Seated next to me is Shane Kaiser, the president of Oak Creek. It's K-A-I-S-E-R.
Good afternoon, Jamie Jost and Kelsey Wazelinski from Jost Energy Law on behalf of Noble Energy. Thank you. Docket number 1603-00126 and 1603-00128 come before the commission to vacate various pooling orders. In docket number 1603-00126, Oak Creek, the applicant, is seeking to vacate pooling orders 407-1163, 407-1164, 407-1165, 407-1167,
and 407-1171 as it relates to the interest the applicant purchased from Sean Streeter. In docket number 1603-00128, Oak Creek is seeking to vacate pooling order 535-485 as it relates to the interest Oak Creek purchased from various unleased Wente heirs. In both cases, Oak Creek is requesting interest on the proceeds held by the operator Noble Energy pursuant to 5-12-102 and attorney's fees pursuant to 3460-118.5. In this matter, Noble timely filed a protest to the application, and on June 17, 2016, Noble filed a partial withdrawal of its protest, but attempted to reserve its right to protest any request by Oak Creek that the commission compel Noble to offer Oak Creek an opportunity to lease or to participate or royalty equivalent to a statutory landowner's royalty of 12.5%. On June 24th, the hearing officer issued an order dismissing the protest in its entirety, and all other motions that were filed at that point were deemed moot. On July 1st, Noble then filed an exception to the hearing officer's order dismissing its protest. The first matter for the commissioners at this point, that's before the commissioners, is whether Noble's exception should be granted. Noble has up to 5 minutes to argue whether the exception to the order regarding pending motions should be granted. Oak Creek has 5 minutes to argue why the exception should be denied and the motion to strike the pre-hearing order should be granted. If the commissioners would like, I do have the Bates numbers for your convenience of the documents. If you'd like the Noble's exception in docket number 1603-00126, that's 181 to 189. That's the exception filed by Noble Energy. And Noble's response is Bates number 190 to 194, and that's in docket number 126. In 128, they're substantially similar. It's similar in 128, in docket number 1603-00128. On behalf of Noble, you may begin.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to present Noble's request for an exception to the order regarding pending motions to you today. Noble's exception was filed pursuant to the Colorado Revised Statutes 24-4105-14A, big I, Romanet 2, which provides that an appeal to an agency with regard to initial decisions regarding agency action shall be made by filing an exception within 30 days after service of that initial decision upon the parties. The exception request focuses on only one item in the order regarding pending motions, and this is the full dismissal of Noble's protest as stated by the order. First and foremost, Noble's partial withdrawal of its protest was intended to be and is analogous to a narrowing of the issues, resolving one or more issues in a contested matter, and an attempt to reduce hearing time before the commission by narrowing those contested issues. The COGCC has stated in its draft report and the order regarding pending motions that there is no rule allowing a partial withdrawal of a protest. However, Noble believes that there is a rule that recognizes modification of the issues in contested hearings, and that is Rule 527. Rule 527A states that the commission encourages the use of pre-hearing conferences between parties to a contested matter in order to facilitate settlement, narrow the issues, identify stipulated facts, resolve any other pertinent issues, and reduce hearing time before the commission. On June 15th, 2016, the COGCC hearing officer held a 2-hour pre-hearing conference where discussions of the issues in the two applications before you occurred. The discussion surrounded the relief requested in Oak Creek's original application to vacate the poolings as to the cost recovery penalties. It surrounded Oak Creek's requested relief in the amended applications to vacate the poolings in their entirety and mandate an offer to lease an election letter, or alternatively apply a 12.5% royalty without cost recovery penalties. Each of these were subsequently denied both during the pre-hearing conference and as a resulting order. We also discussed Oak Creek's request for attorney's fees and Oak Creek's request for interest on monies allegedly due. On June 17th, in an effort to narrow and resolve certain of the issues and reduce hearing time for this commission, Noble modified its protest by stating and confirming that it would no longer be challenging Oak Creek's request to vacate the pooling as to its interest in the wells or the URU, the Unconventional Resource Unit, which is the subject of docket number 128. Should Noble have cited Rule 527 in its partial withdrawal of protest? Maybe. Should Noble have entitled the document a modification to the protest? Maybe, but it is clear that the intent of the partial withdrawal was to narrow the issues for the parties and for this commission, not to fully withdraw the protest to the applications as a whole. Since the June 15th pre-hearing conference, Oak Creek has been very clear that its requested relief at any hearing on the matter, either under the original applications or the amended applications, which were subsequently denied, was that Oak Creek would be actually seeking to vacate the pooling orders in order to seek the 3 alternative forms of relief I just described. This intent to modify or conform its relief at any hearing was also evidenced by Oak Creek's subsequent positions taken on July 7th, 2006 at a pre-hearing conference which Noble sat in on and did not participate. Oak Creek's memorandum in support of its unopposed applications in dockets 126 and 128 filed on July 7th, and in Oak Creek's supplemental memorandum of support of its unopposed applications filed thereafter. Simply, Oak Creek is no longer seeking to simply vacate the pooling orders as to Oak Creek's interest for the cost recovery penalties. They are asking this commission for much more, which is why Noble expressly preserved its right and only partially withdrew its protest to address these 3 alternative requests if they should be brought up at any additional hearings. Further, this seems to be a case of first impression, as admitted by Oak Creek itself in some pre-hearing conferences, as to Oak Creek's requested relief to mandate and offer a lease or an election letter from a party. Oak Creek has never pled the specific requested relief, and such express requested relief was actually denied as part of the denial of the amended applications. Again, as very clearly stated in the partial withdrawal of the protest and as stated in the exception, Noble should be allowed to participate in the hearing in a very limited capacity to address these issues. So what Noble is requesting is a very limited capacity at the hearing on Oak Creek's applications. We're requesting a limited statement on any amended or conform requested relief, a very limited statement on the draft report, any statements necessary on attorney's fees, and any statements necessary on the interest issue. We specifically did not withdraw our protest as to those issues, and we believe that Noble would be prejudiced if it was not able to participate in those hearings at this point in time. Subsequently, we would request that the commission deny Oak Creek's motion to strike our exception. The exception was filed pursuant to CRS 244-105-14A Romanet 2 in compliance with that rule, and these exceptions have been recognized by the COGCC hearing officers and this commission as in other matters as to actually how to respectfully challenge a hearing officer's decision. And finally, there's the concept of fundamental fairness that this commission and the COGCC hearing officers embrace in their application and interpretation of the rules in the Oil and Gas Conservation Act. As the operator of the wells and units subject to the existing pooling orders, and as the operator subject to numerous payment of proceeds claims that are set for hearing in August 2016 that are intertwined with the 2 applications up for hearing today, Noble should have the ability to participate in a limited capacity in order to respond to Oak Creek's amended or conformed relief, in addition to any argument on attorney's fees and interest issues. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this to you today.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. I think you went about a minute over. We will.
My apologies.
No, it's okay. I don't think anybody can hear the thing. We will afford that same extra minute to Mr. Barber if needed. But we are really going to stick to time limits. Okay. No, of course. Should we take Director Lepore? You look like you have something to say.
I was only going to offer to turn up the volume on the timer.
Let's keep the volume up on the timer and down on everything else. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Jost at this point? Thank you. Of course. Mr. Barber, Oak Creek's response.
Thank you, members of the commission, Director Lepore, Attorney General Matter, Hearing Officer Durancy. The rules provide the way you participate in a hearing of this nature. You file a protest. And Noble filed a protest, and Noble withdrew that protest, allegedly partially withdrawing it. There is no rule in the commission's toolkit that allows for a partial withdrawal. Noble, when it withdrew its request, recognized in the very first paragraph that Oak Creek's application was based upon, quote, alleged lack of notice of the order and lack of opportunity to lease or participate in the subject wells by certain unleased Wente heirs, the alleged predecessors in interest to Oak Creek, end quote. So there is no surprise about the relief that Oak Creek is going to be seeking in the next phase of this hearing. Noble recognized the relief when it withdrew its application, for better or for worse. Once it withdrew the application, there was no case or controversy here. And a case or controversy is a fancy legal term for saying there's got to be something in dispute for an adjudicatory body to make a decision. Once Noble withdrew its application, there was no case or controversy. Therefore, respectfully, the commission has no jurisdiction to hear Noble out. While I can appreciate Jamie Jost, or Attorney Jost, Ms. Jost's statement that somehow Noble's withdrawal would truncate and shorten these proceedings, I suggest that what's happened here this morning, where we've even gone over on the allocated time, proves just the opposite. It's like you check out of your hotel room, but you want to have the right to come back in and sleep in the bed. It doesn't work that way. Once you've withdrawn, you've withdrawn. And it's particularly important to a small operator like Oak Creek. Oak Creek is a three-person shop. Allowing withdrawals, partial withdrawals, amendments just runs up the bill for them. And in terms of fundamental fairness, I would ask the commission to consider that as a factor in fundamental fairness. I do want to correct Hearing Officer Durancy. I thought I heard you say that the motion to strike was directed towards the pre-hearing order. It was only directed towards the exceptions. It was not directed towards the pre-hearing order. Okay, so the motion that Oak Creek has in front of the commission in response to the exceptions is to strike it because the commission doesn't have jurisdiction to hear it, and Noble has no right to present it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. We would have a, well, Ms. Durancy, let me turn it back to you.
At this time, what have been
Right.
Noble's opportunity to reply within the remaining time it has? Unfortunately, it's gone over its time, so we would ask at this time that the commissioners deliberate and make a decision regarding Noble's exception, whether it should be permitted to participate. Oh, I'm sorry. At this time, it's the commissioner's opportunity to deliberate and decide whether Noble shall be permitted to participate in the docket numbers 1603-00126 and 00128.
Thank you. It's a procedural posture, if you will, that I don't believe we've seen as a commission in the 5 years I've served. Would it be appropriate, Mr. Matter, for me to turn it over to you for any general observations?
Sure. There are two avenues to object to a hearing officer recommendation. One is a motion to set aside an order under the civil rules of civil procedure, and another is codified in the APA. In the past, we have recognized and relied on the procedure in the APA, which Ms. Jost hangs her hat on. In my view, Mr. Barber's contention that a objection made solely pursuant to the civil rules is the only available avenue, I think is not persuasive for me, and I think the APA is an available path for Noble to pursue. And I think you touched on it. You know, these sort of preliminary issues are the intersection of form and substance, and I think you have a great deal of leeway. If the commission wishes for Noble to remain in the case and to continue to exercise its jurisdiction over Noble, then grant the exception and allow Noble limited participation in the hearing. I can tell you that in getting back to the form, if you're in a lawsuit in district court, There's a complaint and an answer. And in our practice, there's an application and a protest, which are closely analogous. In district court, if you want to move to limit your answer, you file an amended answer. And in this case, we have the functional equivalent of a legal brief purportedly as a partial withdrawal of protest. I think there are legal arguments in the partial withdrawal concerning Noble's view of the case, which are really argument, and at times are overstepping the bounds of what a hearing officer decides. Whether something's moot or not is the hearing officer's determination. It's not a party's determination. To quote from the Noble brief, to be clear, Noble no longer contests Oak Creek's requested relief to fully vacate the order as to the interests of the Wente heirs. Noble will not treat the Wente heirs as subject to the order, and therefore such interests are unpooled and not subject to 3461-16. Some of those determinations are for the commission to make, not Noble to make. And if it wished to narrow its affirmative defenses, it should have completely withdrawn its protest and filed an amended protest. And we wouldn't be here having this sort of procedural discussion. But I don't want to get bogged down in the form. So if you have any further questions, I'll happy to answer them.
Excuse me. It's very helpful, but part of the problem with form is, we're talking about commission practice, and perhaps there are folks who are looking to see what happens here to gauge options in other matters. Mr. Matter. Commissioners, any questions for council before I make a suggestion? As promised, I don't think we'll be able, well, I would suggest that we do not deliberate in the next 5 minutes. We have announced a break. I think we probably all need some sustenance. I'm going to suggest that we break at this point with a, I know, unnecessary reminder that commissioners will not be discussing this amongst ourselves. We'll deliberate when we reconvene in an open fashion. And I'll make that suggestion to my fellow commissioners that we take a break now, keep this under advisement. We will reconvene and continue on with the order from the pre-hearing statement. Let's say, I want folks who, we had our lunch brought in, other folks need time to go get some food. 45 minutes, does that sound appropriate? An hour?
45?
45. Hearing no objection, let us please reconvene at about 1:35, 1:40 at the latest. And we will leave it there and we'll pick back up as stated in the pre-hearing statement at that time. Again, thanks to the parties for your flexibility with the scheduling. We'll see you in a little bit. We are in recess. Is that appropriate term? Thank you very much. Okay, we're back in. Sorry, excuse me. We are back in session. Is that the right word? It's 1:40 p.m. on the 19th. This is the Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. We're continuing with docket number 160300126 and 160300128, a matter involving the application of Oak Creek Oil and Gas Roman 2 LLC. Ms. Durancy, where are we?
Chairman, we are at the point where the commissioners may deliberate and to determine whether Noble's exception to the order regarding pending motion should be granted or denied.
Thank you. Counselor, anything else that you thought of over our break that you want to share with, in open session with the commissioners?
No, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Please, Commissioner Benton.
So the notes that I had prior to our break was that we follow the Administrative Procedures Act. We could essentially grant the exception, allow Noble to participate. Is that correct?
That was my understanding. That's correct. Attorney General Matter?
And so, and that's sort of, there was some discussion around fairness and so on. So I guess in terms of deliberation, I'd be inclined to grant that, allow them to participate.
Sure.
Your lawyer. Would you like that in the form of a motion or to move this forward?
As you wish.
Then I will move that.
Second. Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the table. Commissioners all heard that what it is. Any discussion?
Commissioner Holton, present.
Pardon me. Thank you. It's a very important question. Commissioner Holton, are you still available on the line? Do we have a way of contacting Commissioner Holton and seeing if he's still available? He may just not have returned yet from the break. Let's just pause for a moment if we may. You can tell his line is still open. I think Director Lepore is calling him. We have a quorum if we do lose the mayor, right? Right. I think the director has a status report for us on the availability of Commissioner Holton.
Commissioner Holton is just finishing some business and will be able to rejoin us in about 5 minutes.
I don't know if anyone watches the clock more closely to me, but it's an important question we're being asked. I think it's a question of first impression, and I would prefer Commissioner Holton's participation at the expense of 5 minutes. Looking at my colleagues, I see agreement. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry, folks. Let's break for 5 minutes.
I apologize profusely. That's the problem with being a farmer. I had to change the other kind of water.
Commissioner Holton, we're glad you're back with us. We had announced a 5-minute break. The parties, I believe, are here. Is there any reason we can't proceed? Ms. Durancy? No. Oh, okay, thank you. Let's recap, please, for Commissioner Holton. We have a motion and a second on the table. Commissioner Benton, may I impose on you, please, to review your motion for Commissioner Holton?
So Commissioner Holton, it's fairly simple. We've made a motion to grant the exception to allow Noble to participate in the hearing.
Okay.
Okay. And it has been seconded. Any discussion, commissioners? Please.
Make a comment.
Commissioner Hawkins.
I think that it's in the commission's best interest to make sure that we get both sides of this matter fully aired so that we can make a reasoned judgment on this precedential matter. And so for that reason, I want to include Noble in this, in the remainder of the hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. As always, a very helpful and thoughtful explanation. I think it's a good reminder to all of us that when it so moves you, it's helpful to, when it so moves us, it's helpful to explain thinking when a vote is cast, though not mandatory. Any other comments or discussion from the commissioners? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All in favor of the motion on the table that is to grant the exception and allow Noble's further participation in this application, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Holton. All opposed, please say nay. I believe that was unanimous and the motion passes. Thank you, commissioners. Ms. Durancy, where do we go from here, please?
As the commissioners are aware, no hearing officer recommendation was submitted for your consideration. Instead, commission staff prepared a draft report of the commission. Director Lepore will present the analysis. Thereafter, Oak Creek will present its case in chief in support of its requested relief. Oak Creek has also submitted a memo in support of its application as well as a supplement to the memo. And in light of your decision today, Noble's exception, Noble will have 15 minutes after Oak Creek on why Oak Creek's relief should not be granted. Director Lepore?
Thank you very much, Hearing Officer Durancy. As Hearing Officer Durancy correctly pointed out, the staff did not enter a recommendation in this case. We did present for the commissioners a draft order. I think staff is unanimous in its belief in this case that the service of process for the pooling order as to Oak Creek's interests was not effective by Noble. The question then over which we grappled strenuously internally is what is the remedy to be applied in that case? I think it's noteworthy from staff's point of view that at one point in these proceedings, Oak Creek tendered an amended application. Our process, as you all know, is for an application to commence a proceeding, and if someone objects, they file a protest. In the civil litigation context, you would file a complaint and an answer. I may use those terms interchangeably, but at one point in these proceedings, Oak Creek filed an amended application which changed the relief it sought from its original application. However, staff refused to allow the amended application. The reasons are not material to at least my comments here. At the end of the day, the staff's order, draft order, it was my decision, to be blunt, that we should hew closely to the relief requested in Oak Creek's original application, to our best interpretation of what that relief was. So I'm looking at paragraph 23 of the original application, and I believe that that is Bates number 7. Our interpretation, my interpretation of that requested relief was that Oak Creek was okay being pooled into this drilling and spacing unit, provided that they did not have to pay the statutory cost recovery penalties that normally go with statutory pooling. I think that staff was aware that as the proceedings went forward in front of the staff, Oak Creek made it clear that they probably had a different relief in mind. And I suspect you will hear from them about that today. Nonetheless, again, it was my decision to go back to the relief requested, which was to be pooled, but not subject to the 100% cost recovery penalties. So that's why the relief in staff's recommendation is what it is. I don't think I need to say anything further. I think it's from this point up to the parties, and ultimately, of course, up to the commission. I will, of course, answer questions.
Thank you, Director. I was just looking to see if your time is counted here. Because, anyways, it is. Okay. Let's see if anybody wants to take you up on that. Commissioner questions for Director Lepore. I guess there are none. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Hawkins.
I just want to make sure I understand why, I don't know if why is the right word for the question, but I want to make sure I understand why we're not looking at the amended application and the applicants being held to their original application.
So, Attorney General Matter here.
So the case had, there's substantial briefing has occurred in this case. There's been motions to dismiss, motions for summary judgment. The effect of a amended pleading is to moot. All of that is for naught. It's a complete nullity, and the parties would start again. So there's significant developments that occurred in the case. I think a few months of litigation. And also parties are available. I talked before about amending an answer or amending a complaint formally. Well, there's also a less formal way to do that. You can amend your claim at the conclusion of the evidence that you present at a trial without a piece of paper. So you move to amend your pleading to conform to the evidence that you've presented to the judge or to the jury. And during, I think it was in June 16th, pre-hearing conference with Mr. Yancey that I participated in, that's one of the comments that I made. Let's keep the ball rolling, keep the case rolling, and to the extent Oak Creek seeks different relief than that which is articulated in its initial application, that provides some flexibility.
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Director.
Thank you. There is one other point I would like to make, and that is that, again, going back to the application and this time looking at paragraph 26, which is also part of the relief requested, the same Bates number 7. Paragraph 26 asks for such other findings and orders as the commission may deem proper or advisable in the matter. fairly standard language in a complaint or an application to say, and anything else that the commission sort of deems appropriate. From that point of view, one could say that modifies or overrides paragraph 23 to some extent. Again, simply sitting in my shoes, my seat, I guess I don't sit in my shoes, I sit in my seat, in my shoes. I didn't want to I felt that altering this, if you're going to alter it, should take place in front of the full commission. And I think you will hear argument today from Oak Creek about the relief they want. But I felt most appropriate that be up to you.
Thank you. Commissioners, shall we hear from Oak Creek? Or do we have additional questions for the director? Okay. You've got your first in line. Okay. Well, thank you, Director. Thank you to the other members of the staff who helped prepare that. Ms. Durante, shall we continue on? I guess we're at 4B. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Barber, sir.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start. I appreciate your time this afternoon. Director Lepore, I always like when a court tells me where they're heading and why something happened, because that gives me a little bit more information that I can respond to. So I do appreciate that. This case was not formally filed until January of this year. But starting last September, Oak Creek, in both dockets 126 and 128, advised Noble that it owned an interest in the 126, we call that the Crow Creek unit, 128, we call that the Fish Wells or the East Pony unit, and told Noble that it had an interest that it wanted to get paid on. So we're almost 9-10 months into that process. Oak Creek has not been paid a single penny. So just so the commission has a little bit of the background here, you'll hear more when we do our payment of proceeds presentation next month, but I thought that was an important thing for you to know. The other thing that I think is important for you to know is that Oak Creek's interest represents less than 1% of the entire pooled unit. It's a 1,920 acre URU. I think Oak Creek has somewhere in the neighborhood of 14 acres. I may be off, but it's a very small interest. And the theme you're going to hear me speak about now is that the commission is a statutory body. It has rules which enable it to do things and not do other things. And it is limited in its ability to act by those rules and by the statute. And the statute is 3460-101 et cetera. The theme of Oak Creek's presentation is that there are rules that govern forest pooling matters, and Oak Creek asked this commission to require Noble to follow those rules. Not only to follow those rules, but to protect Oak Creek's interest as an unleased small mineral owner. And so let me just spend a moment going over those rules quickly. You're all probably very familiar with them, but just in case you're not, it would be helpful for the record, I think. The operative section of the Oil and Gas Act is 3460-116. And it really has a two-phase approach in section 116. The first phase allows this commission to establish spacing units. And then section 6 says after a spacing or drilling unit, after a drilling unit has been established, a party may seek to pool, and the operative words are the operative words are that the commission may enter an order, quote, pooling all, underscore all, interests in the drilling unit after notice and hearing, end quote. This application or the case got started before the commission because Oak Creek had not received notice of the pooling application. Oak Creek's predecessors in interest had not received notice of the hearing application. And there's case law in Colorado that we cited in our papers that says a party who doesn't get notice is not bound by the order in simple terms. There are other things, though, that happened or that did not happen that I think will affect your view of this case. 346116 also requires that, I think this is part 7, that to the extent there are any unleased minerals within a spacing unit, and Oak Creek owns, it's undisputed that Oak Creek owns some minerals that are not leased. It's also undisputed and has not been taken on exception that Oak Creek did not get notice. And it's also undisputed that under Section 116, Oak Creek was not only entitled to notice of the hearing, but it was entitled to a reasonable lease offer, just like everyone else who owned a mineral interest in this unit was to receive. It was entitled to a statement of well costs for the wells that were proposed. And it was then entitled to make a choice, select whether to lease its interests, or the statute requires that the unleased mineral owner be allowed to either lease its interest or participate in wells, or failing that, assuming they've got notice, that they can then become a statutorily pooled mineral owner. And if you're statutorily pooled, you get a 12.5% royalty until the operator receives 200% of its drilling costs, 100% of its surface operation costs. Effectively, what the proposed draft order suggests to the commission is that Oak Creek be put in the box of an unleased mineral owner who received notice and didn't consent to either participate or lease. We take exception with the remedy because it assumes conditions that just don't exist, i.e. that there was notice given, that a lease was offered, and that well costs and an opportunity to participate were given to Oak Creek. It's undisputed that none of that happened. So we take exception to Oak Creek being treated as if it did happen. So what is Oak Creek asking you all to do? You're probably scratching your heads. It sounds like this is a relatively novel matter. What Oak Creek is asking the commission to do is to rewind. And give Oak Creek the options that the law requires them to have been given, which is, first of all, notice. Oak Creek now has noticed that there's a pooling order in effect. The opportunity to either lease its interest at a reasonable, or to receive a reasonable lease offer. And I will advise the commission that we did have a pre-hearing conference in this case where evidence was taken under oath about what a reasonable lease offer would be at the time the applications were filed. The evidence was that the royalty rate at that point was 18.75 to 20%. This was in 2014. It was when the business was probably healthier than it is now. That bonuses were being paid in the amount of $1,000 to $2,000 per net mineral acre in this area, this East Pony area, which is up in the Wattenberg field in Weld County. 3-year primary term, no post-production costs. So there has been testimony taken under oath. It's in the record for the commission to consider if you so desire. That evidence that we presented was consistent with what the commission is required to consider under Rule 530. Rule 530 gives you some guidance about what should be included in a reasonable lease offer. All of those factors were presented in our case. And I'll remind the commission also of another thing. In your order in 126 and 128, I think it's paragraph 6C, something like that. You ordered Noble, you entered the pooling order, you entered the spacing order, and then you ordered Noble to re-notify, to re-offer to the parties who were unleased the required offers to participate or lease that are found in the statute. That was one of your orders in Order 535 and in the 5 other orders in what we'll call the Streeter case. It's undisputed that didn't happen. Oak Creek has still not received a reasonable lease offer today. Now, one of the arguments I'm anticipating hearing is that the commission doesn't have authority to order a party to enter into a contract. I disagree with that. I think the commission does have authority by statute and under its own rules to require an operator to make a reasonable lease offer. There's no evidence to the contrary of what we've presented. We believe a reasonable lease offer should be in the neighborhood of 18.75 to 20% royalty, $1,000 to $2,000 an acre bonus, and a 3-year primary term. So the question then becomes, well, what happens? If we rewind this case back to where it was when the application was made, the commission has the authority to order that lease to be offered and to order Noble to allow Oak Creek to elect one way or the other. In essence, what Oak Creek wants the commission to order is what its rights are as provided by statute. And what Oak Creek wants the commission to order Noble to do is what it is required to do by statute. There may be some discussion about whether when Oak Creek receives revenues, it's on a well-by-well basis or a unit-wide basis. I did a little bit of research, and Section 116.8 implies that costs and expenses and revenues are determined for a well as opposed to a unit or a group of wells. There was a comment this morning, and I'll apologize that I don't remember who made it, but there's a comment that it's good to keep in mind that other operators, other interest owners may be watching what happens here today because it sounds like it's a matter of first impression. Frankly, Noble, in our view, misled the commission. Noble filed Rule 511 testimony and affidavit saying that all of the interest owners in this field had received notice. All of the interest owners had received leases. All of the interest owners had been allowed to participate, or that reasonable efforts were made, commensurate with what the rules of civil procedure required to provide that notice. It turns out when we got into the case, the efforts were very, very minimal. And frankly, now that Noble has withdrawn its protest, it's unopposed that those reasonable efforts were not taken. I'm going to reserve the rest of my time, but essentially no, I'm not going to reserve it because I have one comment in response to Director Lepore. So I would ask the commission not just to look at one paragraph of the application because it's 6 or 7 pages long. And I'll read you a couple of other paragraphs real quickly to show that we're not just talking about statutory costs, at least the application wasn't. Paragraph 8 of the application says, and this is in 128, quote, almost all of the heirs of Louis Wente were located and offered an opportunity to lease, with the exception of Oak Creek II's predecessor in interest. So the opportunity to lease was an important thing, or important enough to mention in the application. Then the paragraph that Director Lepore mentioned in its entirety says something that I'd like the commission to consider, which is, this is paragraph 25 in docket 128, quote, based upon the lack of notice of the pooling application, the lack of notice of the pooling order, and the lack of an opportunity to lease or participate in the wells by the unleased Wente heirs, the predecessors in interest to Oak Creek respectfully requests pooling orders 535, 485 be vacated by the commission to the extent it applies to, or to the extent it, or subjects the mineral interest of Oak Creek to purchase, that Oak Creek to purchase from the unleased Wente heirs to statutory costs. I think if you parse that sentence, it's not just a request to throw out the statutory cost penalty, because that's where they were at the time this application was filed. They were being imposed statutory costs. But the relief clearly asks for the orders to be vacated and rewound to the extent they apply to Oak Creek, or to the extent that there are statutory costs imposed. And Director Lepore accurately pointed out that paragraph 28, and this is in docket 128, asks for such other findings and relief that the commission may find appropriate. I suggest to the commission that this would be an excellent opportunity to send a message to all operators that this isn't going to cut it to not provide notice, not provide a lease offer, not provide well cost information. Then when you get caught, to say, oh, we'll just have some statutory costs. It certainly doesn't hold their feet to the fire, and it doesn't allow my client the rights that the legislature wanted them to have. So I'll stop there. I'll also say that Oak Creek is not going to appeal the attorney's fees and interest ruling by the hearing officer. We'll reserve that to discuss when we get to the payment of proceeds cases. Thank you.
May I interrupt? Is anyone using this? Oh, you are? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Commission questions for Oak Creek? Okay, I'm assuming Mr. Barber, does he still have some time? Okay, you have 1 minute reserved. Okay, very good. So Ms. Durancy, we are now at, if permitted by the commission, and we've acted on that, Noble presents its case in chief, why the draft report of the commission should or should not be approved. And you have 15 minutes with an opportunity to reserve time as well. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you.
To start, as a friendly reminder that Noble partially withdrew its protests as to the original application's requested relief, that the pooling orders be vacated as to Oak Creek's interest in the wells. Before we start in on our position on the draft report, I just want to make a statement for the record that Oak Creek has put forth statements about Noble not complying with notice requirements. Noble respectfully asserts that these are irrelevant at this point in time because Noble did file a partial withdrawal of the protest, which included the notice issues as asserted by Oak Creek. That's a recognition that that occurred, and we do not contest that within the case of the draft report. So as part of the pre-hearing order, the COGCC allowed Noble time, if we were allowed in, to present its position that the draft report should be approved or denied. And it's Noble's position that the draft report should be approved with one question for consideration by this commission and the Assistant Attorney General. As you can see up on the screen, Noble supports the draft report in upholding the COGCC director's report as to the 12.5% applied to Oak Creek's interest. The question for consideration that Noble would like to put to the commission and potentially a discussion with the Assistant Attorney General is the modification of the 200% drilling and completions cost to the actual cost. As we understand it, and commission precedent has stated that those are mandated by statute and it is a shall rather than a may for purposes of modification. We also support the draft report to the denial of Oak Creek's requested relief, the alternative relief. This would be mandating an offer to lease an election letter. And then since Oak Creek has stated that they're not appealing the attorney's fees and interest issue, we would submit that we support the draft report with respect for a denial of the attorney's fees and interest and recognize that those are subject to the payment of proceeds proceedings that will be heard in August. First off, with respect to the offer to lease an election issue, Oak Creek has repeatedly maintained that even if its requested relief is granted and the pooling orders are vacated as to Oak Creek's interest, the commission must still require Noble to provide Oak Creek with an election to participate in the subject wells or a reasonable offer to lease. While Noble recognizes that the commission has the power and authority to enter just and equitable orders under 3461-16-6 and review certain contract terms between the parties in specific circumstances in the context of a statutory pooling application or a hearing, Rule 530C, for example, such relief is not applicable to the parties outside that context, as is the case of Oak Creek's application here. Oak Creek has specifically asked that the existing pooling orders be vacated as to their interest in the cost recovery penalties and nothing else for purposes of the original application. Further, it is well recognized that the commission does not have jurisdiction to interpret an agreement or lease or enforce an agreement or lease with Oak Creek and Noble. This limited jurisdiction of the commission is recognized in Colorado case law. I am not exactly sure the briefs that you have in front of you, but these were briefed and this was also brought up in the exception filed by Noble. But we're relying upon the Grindberg versus the COGCC matter that was submitted in 1999 and the Chase versus the COGCC matter in which the Colorado Court of Appeals interpreted the COGCC statement of basis and purpose as providing the COGCC with authority to remedy only issues that are within its jurisdiction, and that the commission cannot remedy issues relating to the interpretation or enforcement of contracts. If the commission cannot interpret or enforce a contract, then it does beg the question of whether they should be able to mandate a contract on the parties when the specifically pled relief is to vacate the pooling application as to the interest and not the opposite, rather than to pool themselves into a well. Additionally, as far as we found in the commission's records, there's been no order from this commission mandating that the contract be offered between an operator and a mineral interest owner, and Noble does not believe that this is the case where the commission should initiate that precedent. This is solely a situation where Oak Creek wants to choose from 3 alternative forms of relief, depending on what works best for it on an individual well basis. They've asked the commission to vacate the order as to Oak Creek solely for purpose of restoring the status quo at the time the order was entered, thus giving Oak Creek the right to elect to participate in wells or to get a lease or lease to Noble after receiving a lease offer. They asked to be provided the right to lease to Noble after receiving a lease offer. Or in the alternative, they asked to be provided an opportunity to elect to participate in each well, or if they so choose, if it's not beneficial, to have the 12.5% statutory royalty applied to them without cost recovery penalties. This matter should not be rewound. Oak Creek did admit in the July 7, 2016 pre-hearing conference that such an opportunity to elect or consider a reasonable offer to lease would be with the benefit of hindsight regarding the cost and production of the subject wells. In this instance, the commission should not allow a party who well knew of the poolings in place at the time of purchasing its mineral interest from Sean J. Streeter and the applicable Winty heirs to be able to pick and choose its well participation up to 2 years in certain instances after the wells have been drilled and producing. Further, at this point in time, we would like to present that any request to conform the relief requested in the original application to the 3 alternatives laid out by Mr. Barber should be denied. If the requested relief now was a factor at the time of the filing of the application in January 2016, it could have been and should have been pled at that point in time. As such, Noble is supportive of the draft report to deny Oak Creek's request to mandate an offer to lease and provide an election. Secondly, very quickly, with respect to the commission's draft report on the application of the 12.5% statutory royalty and the proposal to apply actual cost of drilling and completion costs versus a mandatory 200% cost. Noble is supportive of the draft report issuing Oak Creek the 12.5% statutory royalty and really would just request that this commission review only one aspect of that report. And this is the applicability of the actual cost of the activities instead of the 200% statutory mandated cost recovery penalty. Following Noble's partial withdrawal of the protest as to Oak Creek's requested relief, it is Noble's understanding that the pooling orders are recommended for vacating only insofar as they apply statutory cost recovery to the subject interest. Noble requests that the commission consider its authority to modify 3460-116-7C with the Assistant Attorney General as it deliberates on this matter. There is prior COGCC precedent that has upheld the commission's application of the 200%, 100% penalty in a 2015 docket where an unleased mineral interest owner and a proponent of an application to vacate a pooling requested that the COGCC reduce the cost recovery penalties to a percentage less than stated in the statute. The commission denied the application, and in the report of the commission in cause number 407, docket number 150100032, order number 407-1277, the Assistant Attorney General stated his deliberation comments that there is a math component to the pooling statute 3460-116, and the protestant is not asking to tinker with the math, only a yes or no that it's basically a 200% versus a 100%. The statement in the findings says, however, the math section of the statute is preceded by the word shall, which makes the penalties mandatory. So on this issue, Noble's position is that the statute does impose a statutory cost recovery penalty in the absence of a voluntary pooling for unleased non-consenting interest. The commission has recognized in past attempts to vacate poolings that it cannot apply an equitable remedy to a statutorily mandated cost recovery requirement. And Noble would just request that the commission review the draft report's application of the actual cost versus the 200% with the Assistant Attorney General in its deliberations. Finally, Noble supports the recommendations of the commission regarding Oak Creek's request for the mandated offer and election, as this should not be allowed in this situation, as well as attorney's fees, as they are better referenced in the payment of proceeds claims in August of 2016. With that, we very much appreciate the time to present the position and would happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jost.
Commissioner questions for the representatives for Noble. Sorry, Mr. Barber.
Take my minute before or after you ask?
Well, I was gonna see if there were any questions, then you do your moment, and then there might be questions for you after that. And I'm gonna ask Ms. Durancy to make sure I stay on procedure here. Yeah. It sounds like there are no commissioner questions. Director, did you have a comment or?
I don't have questions, but if staff is allowed to respond to some of the arguments of the parties and we have time, we would take advantage of that opportunity. But I certainly Oak Creek should go first.
Yes, now actually the way the order reads, be closing statement by Oak Creek, a closing statement by Noble, and then a rebuttal by Oak Creek. That's how I read the order.
Okay. Whatever is the pleasure of the commission.
Well, candidly, the record, the pre-hearing order says you get the last word. But I don't disagree, but you have 1 minute. And they have time remaining. So I'll leave it to you to decide how to use that minute, Mr. Barber.
The statutory penalty, 200% versus 100%.
Get your mic on.
You're so good at that.
200% versus 100%. The only way that Noble gets a 200% or a 100% penalty is if a mineral owner has been given notice and offered a lease and has not responded. So to even get to the consideration of 200, 100%, you have to assume that the order was properly entered. Before I forget, I will move to conform Oak Creek's requested relief to the evidence that has been presented. I do disagree that Oak Creek did not ask for the right to lease. It didn't ask for it as specifically as perhaps it could have, but its requested relief was that the order not apply to Oak Creek's interest, be vacated because of lack of notice, lack of a lease offer, lack of an opportunity to participate. So it may not be the most precise wording, but it certainly, in my view, gives notice of what Oak Creek was seeking. Hindsight versus wrongdoing. Of course, it's hindsight for us in 2016 to give a lease. It's a fact. But the question is, do you allow that, or do you reward an operator for failing to give the proper notice? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Does he have any time remaining? Thank you. Commissioner questions, Commissioner Benton.
So I apologize, this is somewhat confusing. As an engineer, it's much easier to ask about what high vapor pressure oil production means rather than this. So what I thought I heard you ask is, in terms of relief, that it would be as if you had been properly noticed at the time that this took place. And being that you would then have the opportunity to either lease your interest or elect to participate.
Or take a statutory 12.5%.
Or take the statutory and the whatever, say, okay, I'm going to sign them up in non-consent and I get 12.5% until we get cost recovery and so on and so forth. So you just be afforded the options that you would have been offered at the time that this took place.
Correct.
And so then my question to staff, when I read the order that's in there, it doesn't sound like that's exactly what's in the order.
Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is correct, Commissioner Benton, that the order did not take us back in time to the point of offering Oak Creek that election, that Rule 530 election that you just articulated very well, and that Mr. Barber did as well, 3 choices. Our order put emphasis on the last part of paragraph 23 that said to the extent that statutory cost recovery provisions apply, we recommended that the commission keep Oak Creek pooled, but not impose that extra 100% of drilling costs.
So it's somewhat, yeah, I could say, okay, I get it now. So, but it almost seems that maybe it's simpler. You just say, okay, let's just wind the clock back and rewrite it and say, we're going to treat it as if you were properly noticed, and now you have to go at this point forward, you have to go back and negotiate. So that would mean we would deny what's in there, what's in the current order.
If your choice, your decision, your vote is to take them back in time and give them those three choices, then yes, you should not approve the staff's order. Okay.
And I'm not trying to draw it forward. I'm just trying to understand exactly what we would do. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Benton. Other questions for Oak Creek at this time? I believe Noble has some remaining time, and the pre-hearing order says a closing statement by Noble is allowed at this time. Ms. Jost?
Thank you very much. I'll keep this very brief. Really all we'd like to do is just reiterate Noble's position on this, and that we do support the draft report with the one recommendation for consideration of the applicability of the 200% versus actual costs on the joint and completion costs. So I won't go through these again. I've already read our requested relief. Two other points just to say is I think that Mr. Barber again just stated and confirmed that Oak Creek does not want the pooling to apply to Oak Creek's interest. And he left it at that. And this back and forth with Oak Creek's requested relief was a substantial factor supporting Noble's partial withdrawal of the protest. And such withdrawal was based upon the understanding of Oak Creek's original applications and the desires of Oak Creek at that point in time, that they wanted this pooling application vacated as to those interests. And then finally, Noble does object to any request to conform the relief requested in the original application to the three alternatives laid out by Mr. Barber. I am not certain that the evidence presented would support the conforming of the requested relief at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Questions for Noble's representatives, commissioners? Mr. Benton.
In my notes, I noticed I think that the interest in the unit is less than 1%.
I'm sorry.
That the interest in the pool, in this, it's a URU. It's there. Oak Creek is less than 1% total.
Correct.
Mr. Benton, are you formulating another question or?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Other commissioner questions? Commissioner Hawkins.
And this is actually a question for, it's not really for Noble, it's for Jake. And I know Noble had brought this up to us, and they did ask that we get some clarification from our Attorney General on our ability to modify the statutory penalty for forced pooling. And I think that's, I mean, we've got, some people saying the staff saying 100% with no penalty, and others saying, no, it should be 200%, and kind of wanted to see what your thoughts were on that.
I believe the citation, it's accurate, remember it. I think the context was, Renegade versus ConocoPhillips. And Renegade was about to be pooled and was arguing, this is unfair, this is the gold standard Cadillac well, and we're doing all sorts of science costs, and we shouldn't be obligated to pay 200% to Conoco, and that was my conclusion in that case.
That you don't really, that the commission doesn't really have the ability to modify that 200%.
Right, that was an accurate quote.
All right.
Excuse me, may I make just a correction for the record? Commissioner Hawkins and Assistant Attorney General matter, I just want to clarify that that was a Renegade Verdad oil and gas case where that came from in docket number 15010032, order 407-1277, just for purposes of the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Commissioner, questions for Noble? Ms. Joseph, I'm going to ask you if you don't object. We extended you the courtesy of an additional minute earlier, and the pre-hearing statement did contemplate a rebuttal closing statement opportunity by Oak Creek, and I would like to offer them 1 minute absent objection.
No objection.
Mr. Barber, if you'd like it.
Thank you. It's been a while since I read the Renegade case, but I believe in the Renegade case, the objecting party actually received notice of the pooling application. So it's different than the situation which you are here today on, which is what happens when an interest owner does not receive notice, does not receive a lease, does not receive the right to participate. So that would not be a relevant case. I also just want to point out for the commission that, is that the timer? No. I'll point out for the commission that paragraphs 6C and 6D of Order 535 and Docket 128 require the applicant to recomply with Rule 530. So it's not as if once you have a pooling order or a pooling application, that's the end of it. The commission ordered a recompliance even though wells had already been drilled in this unit by the time the application was filed. So to the extent there's hindsight, there's been hindsight in this case since the application was filed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. We will close the record assuming no additional commissioner questions for either party. Commissioner Randall. Yeah.
Can we close the record and then, thank you. Okay, sorry.
Well, I don't know that it matters one way or the other. I
Okay.
think staff, I think it's, thank you for raising it. Staff did request some time at the end. I think the parties both indicated their consent. I guess we'll have a staff closing and then we should close the record.
Thank you.
Ms. Rancy, do you agree?
Certainly. At the time the pre-hearing order was drafted, it was drafted as an uncontested application. And so in light of the Noble's inclusion in here, the pre-hearing order can certainly be modified to include additional time for staff as well.
Any objections from the parties? Thank you, Ms. Joseph. Mr. Barber looks like he's thinking.
I'll object to the record.
So noted. Thank you, Mr. Barber. Director Lepore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make 2 quick points. Staff would not support the modification to this proposed order that Noble advocates. Doing so would remove any disincentive, any element of punitive action based on Noble's failure to properly notice Oak Creek. So for the record, that is not something staff supports in any way, shape, or form. As to whether or not the commission can vary from the 100%, 200% statutory structure in 116.7, the same statutory section on drilling and spacing units says that a drilling unit is the place for 1 well. That's what the statute says. This commission has approved order after order after order with multiple wells. I think the commission has broad discretion to fashion an equitable remedy in this case. And that was the premise to the recommendation to not impose statutory costs here. I certainly cannot guarantee you that that isn't an issue that someday a district court might need to decide or be asked to decide. But well, I've said what I needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. With that, I propose we close the record of these proceedings. I want to thank the parties at this point already for your time, preparation, and professionalism in dealing with the staff and presenting to the commission today. Thank you. Commissioners, what is your pleasure in terms of deliberations or discussion? Please, Commissioner Hawkins.
I'd like to suggest that we have, before we make a motion, that we allow the commissioners to have a discussion of, how we approach looking at this case, the impacts of this case on maybe future cases. And I guess what I'm trying to do is avoid us getting into a recommended approach prior to really kind of thinking about what some of the issues here are. And I know that happens sometimes. We make a motion, it gets seconded, so then we either have to amend it or pull it down or whatever. And I'd just like to kind of get everything out on the table as early as possible before we make a motion. At least that's my thought. And I do have a number of thoughts on this issue, and I can start if that's the pleasure of the chairman.
Please.
Okay. I think there's a number of principles here that need to be considered. The first principle in my mind is that the statute requires that an applicant for pooling give notice to all the mineral owners. And in the fact that in this case, or there may be other cases where notice was not properly given, I think that does change how we view what's fair and equitable in a pooling case. I think Oak Creek's, in this case, concerns that, they didn't get notice, certainly, is important. And, we need to decide whether or not that we rewind this case or not. My impression is that once an interest owner is given notice of pooling, the statute then says, okay, you've got an option of two things. One, you can be offered a fair opportunity to lease, or you can go non-consent, not risk any of your money, and pay a 200% penalty. And I think without getting proper notice, that forcing somebody to have a 200% penalty doesn't make a lot of sense. So I think either having a lease offer or modifying the 200% penalty is probably a reasonable relief for someone who didn't get notice. The other thing I want to just remind the commissioners is that even though in this case Oak Creek only has 1% or less than 1%, doesn't mean that we couldn't have a much larger percentage case come forward in the future that would be many, many more dollars maybe than this case might represent. So I think we need to kind of view it as, that it could have been a 20% interest owner, and how would we deal with that? I don't think, and I don't want to get too far off the main issues. The main issue in my mind here is that notice was not given. And so the party who didn't get notice should not be forced to take a 200% penalty without having any kind of election. So I'll start there.
Sure, I can get started.
Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hawkins. Commissioner Randall.
Sure, thank you. So I appreciated your remarks, Commissioner Hawkins. I think it is a good idea to just sort of take a sense of the commission before we get a motion on the table. So I'll tell you my approach. I am moved by language in 3461.16.6, which calls for pooling on terms and conditions that are just and reasonable, and that afford the owner of each tract or interest in the drilling unit the opportunity to recover or receive without unnecessary expense his just and equitable share. And so I read that to give us broad discretion in fashioning a remedy here that is fair. And so that I sort of, that is foundational for me. On the facts of this case, I do feel like here a 200% penalty would be unjust because Oak Creek and its predecessors in interest never had an opportunity to elect in, and so they are being, in my view, penalized in a way that isn't just or reasonable. Again, on the facts of this case, I think turning back the clock a bit, I'm not comfortable forcing terms of a contract on the parties, but I am more comfortable suggesting that a negotiation needs to occur and that the parties need to negotiate. And so, sorry, and I know we heard testimony on the terms that were prevailing at the time as far as royalty rate and a per acre bonus and other terms on that. I guess I'm not necessarily compelled to go along with particular terms, but rather, exercise our equitable jurisdiction to tell the parties to negotiate. Those are my preliminary comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Randall. Commissioner Benton.
I think for the most part, sounds a bit like you and I are somewhat in agreement there. My concern, and I may have this wrong, but with the order as it is, to me, it's sort of like a Band-Aid that we're trying to put on this after it's happened. And then consideration for what Commissioner Hawkins said, that the next one could have a substantial interest in there. And as an operator, I think it would be easier in the long run to say, let's treat this as if they're starting over and they've been duly noticed, and that they have the options provided to them had they been noticed at the time. So sort of the rewind. We can't mandate them to go lease under certain terms, but we can say you have to go back and attempt to negotiate, or you can elect to participate, or you can take your statutory 12.5% that as we approach this, as we go into other ones, so as an operator, I'd rather have that be the case that was decided today than something else that's sort of patched together. It feels like a bit like it's patched together. So that's where I am as speaking as an operator.
Thank you, Commissioner Benton. Other commissioner comments? Well, as always, you've brought us a difficult one. But I don't make light, it's important. And the interests are substantial to both of the parties, I have no doubt, no matter what the number percentage is. When I was, I don't know, I still like to think of myself as a younger lawyer, but when I was a really young lawyer, somebody who was doing it much longer than me told me notice is really important. And Mr. Barber's comment about the jurisdictional nature of it does strike home. Noble Energy is not contesting or making at issue here whether notice was adequate or not, is my understanding. But the remedy for what might be an inequitable situation, I think, is what's before us today. And it is my sense from review of the law, the pleadings and advice of counsel, that we do have some discretion in what type of remedy, some discretion in terms of what type of remedy we think might undo any wrong that's been done, whether inadvertent or otherwise. And I'm not at all certain of what those circumstances were, but I do know where we are with respect to these two operators and this forced pool. I agree. I think it was Commissioner Randall who said I don't believe our commission has the right to force the acceptance of a contract between two parties by one party to the other. But I do think we have the authority, if we wish to exercise it, in coming up with the most just and equitable remedy we can to, if we were so inclined, to order that at least be offered. And whether the parties come to a meeting of the minds is a later question, I think. So where is my head? I think that's why we're having this exercise Commissioner Hawkins so wisely suggested. I do believe we have some discretion, and I do believe some sort of equitable remedy is appropriate in this case. Thank you. Other commissioner comments? Hearing none, do we entertain a motion? Do we do otherwise? Commission, the floor is whoever wants it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Holton.
I agree with you about notice. I mean, as far as land use goes, that's a huge thing. We've had to continue cases because they didn't have proper notice. And with this case, I mean, it looks like the parties just need to sit at the table and figure out what they're going to do. And so I'd be in favor of continuing this for 60 days.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Holton?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Holton has made a motion to continue this matter for 60 days, presumably in allowing some time for the parties to continue to discuss a commercial arrangement between them. Commissioner Holton, did I capture that correctly?
Yes, I don't think we should get involved in contract negotiations, and that's what looks like this is.
Rather than recap, I think the motion stands for itself. Thank you, Commissioner Holton. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Commissioner discussion. Commissioner Hawkins.
I'd like
Turn on your microphone, please. Thank you.
I think if we postpone this matter for 60 days and give the parties an opportunity to negotiate, it might resolve the issue this one time. But I do think there's a chance this is going to come back to us, and we're going to at some point be faced with how do we handle this type of issue. So I'm not it's my opinion that we ought to just make a decision on how we want to handle these kind of issues. And then we'll have a precedent established and can proceed forward with that in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Commissioner Holton? Were you trying to get in there? Yes, sir. Commissioner Benton?
It does feel a bit like kicking the can down the road. On the other hand, does it provide us the opportunity as commissioners to put some more thought into how we want to address these in the future. Because I don't think it's a might, Commissioner Hawkins. I think we will have these come up, and potentially with larger financial impact. You know, I'm mindful thinking about, in this particular case, the reasonable offer to lease is at terms that are more attractive than what they are today. But what if the next one comes up and it's the other way around? And then you have someone who's now arguing and said, well, I should get to negotiate based on today's terms because they're better than they were at the time that I wasn't noticed. So I don't mind waiting 60 days if we use that time wisely as commissioners to contemplate how we're going to address these. But if we're just kicking a can down the road, then we should make a decision today.
Thank you, Commissioner Benton. Other commissioner comments? I'll make one, and I might offer a friendly amendment, Commissioner Holton, for your consideration. I also believe, as Commissioner Hawkins stated, that this is very likely to come before us again. And I, for one, found the argument by both sides very helpful in addition to the pleadings. I think I would like the benefit of some thought on the sort of precedential value of these facts, but I do think we have one before us today. And I would offer a friendly amendment, Commissioner Holton, which would be, as opposed to 60 days, allow the parties until our next scheduled hearing of August 29th. The record would remain closed. We would ask the parties for, or perhaps I guess we would ask staff to obtain from the parties an update, and we could continue to deliberate and take action on August 29th.
I would accept that motion, and I would also like staff to provide information that the two parties have actually met together.
That Commissioner Holton, that the two parties actually did meet?
Yes,
Yep.
They have to prove that they've made an attempt to solve this thing so we don't have to. We've had these cases before, and this has always been a bone of contention for me. And I like Commissioner Benton and Commissioner Hawkins want to get this thing resolved so that we don't have to get into contract disputes.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Holton. It sounds like you accept the amendment.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Does the seconder?
Yes.
Discussion? Do we need any clarification? Does somebody on this, do you understand, Director Lepore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would appreciate it if before you call for a vote, somebody state concisely time frame and what the expectations of staff are.
Well, either the movement, the seconder, or myself probably could do that. Commissioner Benton?
So the motion is to continue our deliberations until August 29th, during which time the parties involved will meet to see if they can come to a resolution and be able to come back and report back, or that we would hear from the staff that there's a modification of the order or something that says they've reached a resolution. If not, then we will deliberate on what's at hand today. And
The record remains closed.
And the record remains closed. So we would be able to come back and finish our deliberations and vote. So there wouldn't be anything additional added to the record. And then I didn't hear any further expectations of staff other than what Commissioner Holton said, is that we get a report from staff that says that the parties did meet. Unless I missed something in there.
No, I agree.
Director?
I'm
going to channel Chairman Compton, our dear friend. You look concerned.
Chairman Compton had that special insightful powers. I have two concerns. One, the primary one is the record being closed. My understanding then of staff's task is simply to verify on August 29th that the parties met, not to adduce any additional evidence of any kind whatsoever, because you aren't going to consider it in any event. Moreover, if the parties met on August 28th for 5 minutes, we've satisfied our obligation by reporting that to you. So we wouldn't, for example, issue a hearing, an order, a scheduling order, any kind of procedural orders. It's entirely up to the parties.
No, please, Commissioner Minton.
That's my understanding. Now, if they met and reached a resolution, then it would be my understanding that they would come back to the staff and said, we have something else we want to change. Essentially, we've reached a resolution. We want to be able to report back to, at the hearing, that we've arrived at a resolution. So then our deliberations wouldn't be necessary on this matter. And there would be a different, or you, I guess procedurally, and you'll help me out, is that you'd have to write a different order at that point.
Procedurally, I could think of a couple of outcomes. One is they reach a resolution and therefore there's no case or controversy. It all goes away. That would be grand. There are multiple other outcome possibilities and variations of what they might do and ask. Well, I'll stop. But if they reach a resolution and it resolves the case, then terrific.
I think
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Holton, please.
I think my expectation is that they don't trade phone calls, is that they sit down and they make an attempt. And as long as they provide information to the director that they've made an attempt to negotiate and can or cannot put this thing together, then we can proceed from there.
Thank you, Commissioner Holton. Director, additional comments? Okay. Further discussion on the motion that's pending? If not, I'd call the question. All in favor of the motion on the floor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Holton. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Thank you. Commissioner Hawkins. Madam Hearing Officer, do we need a roll call, or is that clear enough?
No, sir. I have 5 affirmatives and Commissioner Hawkins is a no.
5-1. No abstentions. Okay, we will leave it there then. The record remains closed. Parties will be in touch with staff, we hope, and expect to hear Commission's deliberations if this is still a ripe topic on August 29th. Thank you for your time and presentations. And Commissioners, do we have any other business? Director? Hearing none, I want to say thank you again to our hosts in Garfield County and the city of Glenwood Springs, and we are adjourned.